Long ago, four of the world's greatest heroes came together and recorded one of the greatest podcasts of all time. It was called The Romeo Rodeo. And then no one got to hear it because Mo's never edited it, you know what I'm saying? Obviously a lot of things happened. He definitely wasn't doing anything stupid, right? But it just, the episode never came out, you know what I'm saying? Where is it? The people cried. When the fuck is 2019 review gonna be released? God damn it. Soon. Mr. Fennekin replied. But soon came, and soon left. Time was running out. Will 2019 review ever be completed?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Hey, welcome to the podcast. We'll get into the actual thing in a minute. I just wanted to explain something, and I do apologize for how long it's taken. You know, it's a lot of things really have happened. If I explained them all, then, this would be a really, really long intro, but you can ask me if you really want to know. It's just, 2020 has been a pretty crazy year, so... But what I wanted to explain is that when we recorded this podcast, which was all the way back in January, believe it or not, one of us, our audio got corrupted, the audio in Audacity got corrupted. So unlike pretty much every other podcast where we, have individual audio tracks that we use for editing, we don't have that for this one. Instead, most, if not all, of the audio that you're going to hear in this podcast is straight from the Discord. So you might notice some glitches or some pauses or otherwise lesser quality audio than you would normally expect from this podcast. So we apologize for that. Nowadays, we actually have lots of countermeasures, so that these things don't happen again. So, apologies about that. And the other thing is that this was so long ago, this podcast was recorded so long ago that one of the guests, CP Man, he actually changed his username. We will refer to him as CP Man because that's what he was called when he was on this podcast. Nowadays, he goes by the username C Prime. So yeah, apologies to Prime for the unintentional dead naming that will occur in this episode, or has occurred because of this. So yeah, and again, sorry for how long this episode took. If we do 2020 in review, which is not guaranteed, but it could happen, definitely won't take as long, because again, lots of things have happened, but I'm kind of it's all behind us now. It's all behind me. So anyway, hope you enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3.
Good. All right, I'm rolling.
Sick.
Excellent.
All right, yep, I think that's all we need to do.
Cool. And we're done.
All right.
Great.
Hey,
for
thanks
listening to us.
Thanks for tuning into the summer 2019 episode. Fall's coming up next.
Long.
Yep, we talked about every show that came out, not only in summer 2019, but also summer 2018. Every summer season in existence. It was quite a podcast.
Hell yeah.
I was a big fan of the 08 summer.
Legendary.
A lot of big ones came out that year.
Like that show.
Oh,
that we definitely
holy
talked
shit.
about.
Yeah. And then this show, season 2. Oh,
amazing. Season 3, never.
Oh, never.
What an intro. Hello, everyone. This is the summer 2019 section for the year in review, the 2019 in review. Yep. I'm Mozilla Fennekin. I'm in charge of this. What a disaster. This group has we have quite a group of misfits, of interesting people here. First off, the one returning guest we've had on the podcast before, Vancer.
Heyo. I'm back in business.
Awesome. Glad to see you still alive and kicking.
Oh yeah, just I'm awake at every 3 a.m. and that's the only thing that's the only reason I'm ever around in the Discord at this point, because I'm so busy.
Facts. Also,
Whoa.
whoa.
Also,
Speaking
whoa.
of alive and kicking, the guy who's
Oh.
coming in and out, yeah, it's
That was
CP.
weird. Oh, hi. Hello. That is me.
Yo,
Good to be here.
thanks, love you. And also, we've got Meta Hulk.
I do.
Yeah. So,
But I do means bye.
oh,
Oh.
bye.
Hey, hi.
He just leaves call.
As I said, thanks for tuning into this season. All right, so we're gonna talk about whatever stuff. I don't know. Like all podcasts I'm on, there's no game plan whatsoever. It's just absolute chaos. There's probably going to be a disconnection at some point or some other catastrophe.
Well, the second disconnection. We've already had one.
Yeah, there we go. Awesome.
That didn't happen on purpose. I don't know what just. I don't know what's happening.
The comedic timing,
Stopping
though,
itself.
perfect. Love it. So we're just gonna go through the chart, the seasonal chart, just go by popularity and just talk about whatever shows we saw. So, Dr. Stone, that was an anime that aired. What'd you guys think about it?
Hated it.
Are we gonna talk about it as a whole, or are we just gonna talk about the first core?
We can talk about it as a whole, I suppose.
Okay. I know for me, I enjoyed the start of the show, like the first, I don't know, like 3 or 4 episodes, and then Senku immediately ran away from his 2 friends. And then I hated the show because it was just like I hate slow starts and just like slowly introducing the characters. I'm like,
Soja
okay,
would
finally.
be absolutely livid
Oh,
if
no.
he
Yeah.
heard you say that.
Hated slow start. That's wild.
Yeah, I know. I give it a 5, and Sudra has not forgiven me for it. It's like, okay, we finally introduced the characters. Now they can start doing stuff. And then he leaves, and we have to introduce more characters and just forget about the ones we spent 3 episodes.
Like, how about a
putting in.
whole fucking village?
Yeah, and then I was like near dropping it until like episode 10, and then I guess after episode 10 it clicked, and they finally just started doing more science shit. And I think that's when the show is at its best. It's like when they're doing science, I like it. When they're doing anything else, I'm just kind of bored. But I don't know about you guys.
Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's where Dr. Stone really kind of suffered. It's kind of weird, but it was at its most entertaining when it was at its most educational, I guess is like the best way of putting it. But I didn't really ever think I'd be sitting here saying that about anything, let alone an anime. But when it wasn't trying to teach me something or some, science behind a light bulb or a phone or something, character interactions just suffered. It was not engaging. It was not interesting, and I wanted to learn. I wanted to be in school. That's what it felt like. It was like asking me, do I want to go stand outside on the playground for recess and do nothing? Or do I want to be inside learning? I want to be inside learning because at least I'm doing something,
Yeah, it's like the cool teacher where you're like, I'd rather be with my cool teacher than outside with my dumb classmates.
Exactly.
We're going to watch Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I got Brain Pop, like, loaded up in the background, ready to learn. Did you watch Cells at Work then, CP, man? Are you a fan of that as well?
Yeah, I was. I
Okay.
did enjoy Cells at Work. And it's trying to teach me about the cells in my body. At least, it was interesting. The character interactions were fun. Everyone was living up to what their cellular structure was, if you will. And on top of that, not to be mean to Dr. Stone, but it was also actually nice to look at.
Oh, yeah. No, I
While
completely
Dr.
agree.
Stone often it's not nice to look at. I struggled at times because I'm just, why is everyone's eyes like that, It scares me. It's frightening. You ever seen the music video for System of a Down's Aerials? A lot of the characters look like that, like little kid from that music video, and it freaks me out.
Whoever's editing this, go ahead and put a freeze frame on screen now.
Okay, I haven't thought about this comparison at all, but that is amazing.
Yeah,
That
wild.
works.
I don't know.
There was a
Inbreeding
tweet
everybody.
that 1,000 years of inbreeding. There was a tweet that Crunchyroll made. It was supposed to say beautiful, right? And with parentheses, there was Dr. Stone and there was Kohaku lying on the ground, right? But something happened, and the tweet came out as just Butte. And it was Kohaku sitting there with her normal face. But for some reason, just having Butte and not beautiful made it look like her face were more derpy than it usually is. Just like big eyes, a dot for a nose, and a fucking small slit for a mouth. It was just like the little... what was the show? The Air that made that people make fun of?
Canon.
Yeah. Oh god.
The bug eyes.
This is it. This is a Butte.
Yeah, it sounds like a really bad shit poster, one of those like cropped images. It says Butte, and it's just an image that doesn't make any sense.
It's full of Butte, not beautiful, full of Butte.
Yeah.
I'll send it if I find it. I have the screenshot. I have saved that. That is the only thing from Crunchyroll I've ever saved.
Nice. Yeah. But I do agree with you guys that like the show, it's a good edutainment show. Yeah, I like how easily watchable I felt that it was. Like it was nice how there was always some sort of large objective, and in order to get through that they had to tackle all these smaller objectives. Like I really loved the whole cell phone arc essentially. And definitely the mid part of the show was like the worst, where they did that terrible tournament arc.
Oh. Would you say that the mid
my
part
God.
was mid?
Yes. I would say that.
I'll be honest, kind of already blacked out. Like, if we completely forgot about the tournament arc in the middle.
I have a theory about that where, so Dr. Stone started publishing in like, I think 2017. So I would imagine that in the early stages of the manga, so what happened is season 2 of My Hero Academia was airing, and then Giga did his video where he was going, "Tournament arc!" And then everyone in the community was just memeing that. So then someone at Weekly Shonen Jump was just like, yo, new shonen thing, Dr. Stone, we need to have a tournament arc now. And they're like, but this is a science manga. I don't care, tournament arc! And that's how we got it. That's it.
Yeah,
And-
it was very exciting.
Thanks.
Let me tell you, I think that's about the part of the show. And Dr. Stone, I can assure everybody listening right now that Dr. Stone is not the kind of anime that if you were watching it while it was airing that you wanted to fall multiple episodes behind on. Because I'm pretty sure that was the part where I fell multiple episodes behind, and it was very, very, very hard to keep going.
Binging it is a pain in the ass. You can't binge this show. You'll fucking fall asleep. It'll just be like fucking Stone Cold Steve Austin came and gave you a fucking stunner, and you're like knocked out for fucking hours.
It's funny that you guys say that. I would actually watch this episode in chunks where I would fall behind every few weeks and then just catch up all at once in every now and then. And I don't know. I actually found it really easy to do that.
I would do it with like 2 or 3 episodes, or maybe 4, but I'd like just trying to watch like the full 24 episodes, like just kind of sit down. There's no like,
maybe, yeah.
There's a couple good stopping points, but there's nowhere where you're just like, okay, this is a good spot to take a break and move on and go do something else for a little bit. It's, I don't know, weird.
Yeah, you're sitting here wondering if the glass is going to be made properly. I need to sit down and watch. I can't stop.
Need to watch them melt this stuff in real time.
Real-time RTX glass melting.
Yeah, honestly.
I had actually read the manga from the day it started publishing, so I already knew what was going to happen. So the anime didn't impress me a lot because there was nothing new with the anime. It was the same story with. Actually, there was nothing different. The only thing they added was Mecha Senku, and that was annoying as hell. I don't like having somebody come in and talk to me like that. I'm a fucking retarded kid who's watching a science show from all the time. So I would just have it playing in the background while I was cooking. I was like, yeah, cool, yeah. Chemical, yeah, good.
Good, nice.
I don't know, I've read the manga and the art style of it is really good. Boichi, the artist for it, right? He is really good. If you want to see some really neat, have you read Senken Rock? Anyone?
No,
I can't read.
Is that the one with the I've seen
yeah, the baseball bat, a really muscular guy.
And is there like a full page of him just like going to town on some chick? Because I've seen that.
Yes.
Maybe I need to learn how to read.
Senku
Yes.
lost his mind. He invented steroids. He started dating.
Yeah, because the main character just looks like Senku. It is the same hairstyle, white hairstyle. It's just Senku on steroids, just going ham. Yeah, that's a great one. So Boichi's art style is really good. Like the manga has some really good art. The anime, like you already established, that wasn't that good at, looking.
Dookie is the word I would use.
Dookie, yeah. It
No, you
didn't
know.
compare to the anime.
It's remaining scientifically accurate because again, you know that's years of inbreeding, and that is what years of inbreeding will do.
Yeah,
So it stayed
you're not wrong.
accurate.
Butte.
Butte.
Yep.
More like butane fuel, burn it all down.
Oh,
Or
science.
like butation.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Maz, I think you nailed it. Like honestly, the best part of this show, or like the thing that makes it easy to watch, is that they have very clear set goals, and you know the steps needed to take like to get to those goals. Whereas a lot of shows, it's like we just got to beat the bad guy, and you're like you could do that in 2 episodes or 80, and it's like with this show, it's like here's what we're doing. We're trying to make a cell phone. We have this like flow chart of shit we've got to do. Here's how we're gonna do it, and then they like each episode get like 2 things done. So it's like very like satisfying to watch in a sense where it's like watching someone do their to-do list and watching the list slowly get shorter until it's done, and then it's like very satisfying to see the end all come together.
All right, this is not a spoiler, just a little warning for you guys. I'm not going to say anything particular with any character or anything. Just know that the next arc is probably the highest possible point of the show, and after that it drops.
Oh no.
Oh,
It
Senku's
drops the
gonna die.
ball.
Oh god.
Nobody dies. Like nobody.
I know, I figured not.
Sorry. It just drops a hard ball, and it gets so fucking boring.
Oof.
Like I read the manga and I enjoyed it till that point, but after that I was like, do you really have to? Like, is it needed? Really?
I mean, that's
Just
also
start
kind
reviving people here and there to just introduce new characters. I'm like, wow, you
of-
already
Oh yeah.
don't have enough people.
I was afraid that's how it was gonna go, like early on, because they just kept adding new characters, and then they found a village, and I was like, if they're gonna keep adding characters with this village, it'll get so tedious so fast. Yeah.
That's a
What
shame.
did you guys give the show? Because I think we've reached our end of our discussion.
Yeah.
Sounds like
I gave it a 7. I liked it.
same. It was like a medium low 7.
Yeah, like 5.
Ooh.
Yeah, I gave it a low 6. Actually.
All right.
That's not bad, at least.
So mid across the board.
Yeah, it's a decent. I'm fine with the popularity that this show got, and it wasn't.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Like the content is good. It's just it came from the perspective of somebody who already knows the story, so I was more interested in the presentation, and the presentation was just lackluster compared to what I already knew.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Now, speaking of, I don't know, questionable presentation, maybe.
Oh no.
It's Fire Force. That's the next show.
Wow.
Wow. Well, I was right about Fire
Wow.
Force.
Let's talk about it
Well, I
first.
liked
OP.
it, man. Oh yeah, first OP was good, man. It was good.
All right, I guess
Song was
I
catchy.
can start again, I guess. With this show, weirdly enough, like coming into this season, there was a lot of shows where I just like reading the synopsis, like didn't think sounded, all that exciting. And then I read the synopsis for Fire Force. I'm like, I have no idea if this is gonna be good or bad, but I'm going to enjoy watching this.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't enjoy watching it, so that made me really sad. I got through like, I don't know, the first episode was really exciting, but then once once they just started doing, like, I liked any moment where it's just like the crew saving people from like doing their day-to-day tasks, like trying to like save people and destroy the demon fire beast things. But then as soon as they started interacting with like other like firefighter people and other groups, it just bored me to hell, because then it's like this doesn't need, it's just like shitty My Hero now. It's just people with fire powers fighting each other, and I don't feel like watching that.
Like there are things I like about the show a lot, and there are things that I like completely hate, like despise. Like I question why that happens. Uh, One of the few things is that I really enjoy, like the fights and the animation in the show is the present. I like the presentation of the show. Just straight up,
Yeah,
one
that's
of the
nice.
simplest thing. The presentation, and it probably has like the top 3 best fights from last year.
Yeah.
Like the show is his younger brother show versus our main character's fight.
Yes.
That was so good. Like when you just like
the first time he uses his time stop.
Oh, like they vibrate.
Oh yes.
That is such a cool way to present like time stopping. And like generally the perspective of like a third person who is like there to explain you what is happening between two people, because we are too dumb to understand by just seeing it. The presentation was really good because we were seeing what he was seeing. Like we were not understanding because there was nothing established beforehand. Like what is going on, what is the power are. So we were just as confused as him. And like it is not like that we are figuring it out later than him, right? Or like we were figuring out before him. We were just figuring out like along him, and that is probably the best part. That like the presentation of the show was great. Now let's get to my most hated part. The author doesn't know how to write a female character for the death of. Like, oh my god, that was so frustrating. Like female characters in the show are so badly written. So badly. They at the end of the day, the similar trope like they fall into is that, oh my god, yeah, they're girls, they are going to be shy, they're going to need a man to come and protect them. Oh my god, they're a girl, they have boobs, they use their boobs to fight. Oh, she
Wait,
can't win
is that an
against
actual
it.
plot line?
Oh yeah, like
Oh
one of
my
the
God.
ending fights
Yes.
was that the cat girl, right? She was fighting against like the third or the fourth strongest guy in like the evangelist, and she was like pretty like fighting with him, and she was getting pretty beat up. And you know how she defeated him? She has a quirk in quotation marks, in which she turns on the lucky pervert thing, and she slips onto the guys and they fondle her. That's her thing.
What? I
So
only made
during
6
that fight,
episodes in, so that's incredible.
yeah, so that
It's
happens,
incredible,
and
right?
yeah, that happens, and she slips into the guy, and the guy fondles her boob, and he's like, oh, boobs, and he just gets shocked. And then the sister character comes from behind and starts like beating the shit out of him with a metal pipe. So that is how they defeat the fourth strongest guy.
For like a slapstick comedy, that would be really entertaining to watch.
Oh,
But I feel
yeah.
like for this, it would be the dumbest thing ever. Like I'm picturing it like a very cartoony, almost like Nishi-Jo style, where like fall into someone and then someone just from off screen comes in with a metal pipe and starts wailing on someone.
It was supposed to
that's
be like
funny.
that. Yeah, they were trying to present it like that. But the thing was that it was like going to be like, oh my god, it is a big moment. She's going to have her fight. She's going to prove herself that she is actually just a soldier, not a fucking eye candy, just to be fondled by other characters. Nope.
Nope.
Yeah,
That's
no,
exactly
ruin
what. It's a shame because I actually do think there is a pretty decently written female character who just gets no screen time, but it's Maki.
Maki is pretty good.
Maki is great, and then she disappears for like 20 episodes. She at least does have one of the best fights of the whole year. Best fight of the whole show.
The one with the metal space thingy she uses with her fireballs.
Yep.
The thing Vulcan. Oh yeah, that was a great fight.
Yep. Which is funny enough, that takes place in the same episode as the fight we were just complaining about.
Yeah.
That is the
Reality, man.
Fire Force has this really amazing disparity of quality where you can get like the coolest thing ever, and then 5 minutes later you're like, why the fuck am I watching this?
Yeah.
You know,
The duality of Fire Force.
say what you will about like Tamaki and stuff like that, and a lot of these female characters, they are like, there's only, you're either going to be like kind of like a joke almost, which obviously Tamaki is like, but like then like you have your characters that are not offensive. Like Iris doesn't do a whole hell of a lot.
Iris is fun.
None. But you know,
Now, Irish has the best shot in the whole show, like the ED man.
Yes.
That nun butt, that wet nun butt. Ooh, I was like, wait a second, is that? Yeah. I was like, wait a second, is that a butt? I was like, pause and like, wait, go back frames. Oh my god, that's a butt. That's a nice butt.
you know, speaking of that, you know, I don't know what exactly is going on there. Maybe it's because of how the ED goes, but obviously a lot of nuns in that church are pretty hot.
Yeah, and they're lollies,
and,
underage.
Well, okay, now I was about to say, you know, I was about to say that Princess Hibana is she's pretty good. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, don't get it twisted. When I said that the characters were hot earlier, I meant because a lot of them were on fire in that ED.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, the heat.
But
temperature.
Heat, the fire, yeah. The fire in the fire force.
I didn't even think about that. But anyway, yeah, you know, these female characters are definitely, they were not what I was super interested in when I was watching. That's unfortunate. I always think that's unfortunate when you bring in any character that ends up being, you know, not interesting or kind of like just don't really do much. It's always a shame. It's yeah, exactly. It's wasted potential. But, you know, I watch a lot of my anime nowadays, especially seasonals. I watch them with other people. That tends to be what I do. And I happen to watch I happen to watch Fire Force with a friend of mine who watched Soul Eater. And so he had a lot of expectations.
Ooh.
Going to being another work from the same person.
Yeah.
He didn't like it very much.
Same person? Wait, the author's the same guy?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I knew there was something resemblance, like with the teeth of the soul. And yeah, Kusabe, yeah, they look same. Wow. It took me so long. I knew there was some relation.
But yeah, you know,
I thought this was kind of apprentice thing.
It was. I'm not super hard to please. It's not really
Ladies.
that hard. Hey, there it is. Now that I'm here, I would like to say that I am CP man. No, I'm not super hard to please. So I was expecting to enjoy Fire Force, and that's like the introduction of it. I love the OP. I love the first OP.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think the second OP is pretty solid too. But
I don't know if I've seen the second one yet.
I was so expecting one thing, and I didn't get it. And I was expecting a well-animated and storyboarded romp around fire and just, you know, absolute nuts choreography. I mean, for God's sake, it's incredible to me to see Shinra, like, breakdance while he's fighting people. That is the coolest shit.
Oh, yeah. It is.
The fire spitting everywhere. It's awesome. It's just not enough. It doesn't happen enough. There's just too much time spent on just stuff that
Well, the
doesn't
second half.
Bullshit.
Yeah, like just unimportant crap. It baffles me to think that they showed what they could do and that they could do it well when they tried, and yet so much time is spent giving you such a lackluster product.
Well, that is mostly in the first half. The second half picks up a lot in that action aspect.
Definitely what I'm thinking about more, because that stands out. The times when it's not good, unfortunately for me, stands out more than when it was good. And don't get me wrong, I finished the show for the podcast, mind you. I only finished Fire Force a few days ago. So it's a little still fresh in my mind. But, like, those last couple episodes are cool. Don't get me wrong. The first few episodes are cool, and the last few episodes are cool. A lot in the middle just didn't do it for me. And it's a shame.
So what'd you guys give it?
I dropped it, so I don't know if I actually gave it a score. Because I dropped it after 6 episodes, but I think I still had it at like a 5 or a 6, because it was like far. I feel like I'm too generous with should I drop, where I'm like, it wasn't for me. I'm sure some people like it. 5.
Oh yeah, same.
I just need to like shit on shows more.
That's not bad.
And fix my list.
That's alright.
But yeah, I mean, it was like just an average show that I just didn't feel like watching, because there's just so many better shows.
Yeah, I gave it a, much like Dr. Stone, a low 6. So, because what I liked, what I didn't like. So it was pretty easy to do that at that point.
Fun.
Yeah, I just went with a low 8. I just liked the presentation of the show.
Yeah,
like it was entertaining, like the animation. Like, don't shit on the show because of the author. That's the thing.
Yeah,
kinda.
Yeah, I would. I actually haven't finished it yet. I still have 2 episodes. Oops, but I'd probably give it a 7. A 7, maybe a 6. It's hard to tell. Because I really love it, and I also don't. But
Wow, how the tides have turned. Like, the last one I was the lowest, and now I'm the highest.
Yeah.
nice. Speaking of, I don't know, lowest, we have DanMachi Season 2. Did anyone watch that?
Nope.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on. Don't shit on DanMachi.
I did not watch it.
Come on.
I
Am I
watched
the only one?
the recap episode, and that was kind of fun. But then I was like, I don't feel like watching any more of this, so I didn't.
I haven't
All right,
seen
then.
I haven't seen Season 2 of DanMachi because I saw the first season back when it was airing. That was one of the first airings I ever watched, to come to think about it.
Wow.
And I
think
thought it
same,
was
actually.
I thought it was terrible, and I hated it forever. And then I remember they did like a side season a couple years later and I'm like, well, maybe this
That
one
is
will be
bad. That was
I'll be like, yeah, I'm like, well, this is about the girl character who wasn't that bad. Maybe this one would be better. Worst thing I've ever seen ever. Dropped.
Yike.
So yeah, the series is dead to me.
Damn.
Yikes.
Being a whole dead anime right there. And it's declared by you too, Ma, so that means it really is dead. Oof.
It's mega dead. That aside, please tell me more about DanMachi Season 2, Meta.
It was entertaining, guys. Like, that is DanMachi. Like, it is just like sit down and like you just watch something you don't have to like put too much effort into, or just like, yeah, I don't want to like just watch something and be like, ooh, wow, nice. And be like, oh, this show just was like, yeah, that's good. Oh, that's neat. Like, the only point the show actually had me, okay, show had no structure. Things were happening and they happened, right? And you know that the main guy was gonna win at the end of the day because, come on, guys.
Yeah.
And the only thing like that griped me was in the second half was when they went with the kind of the Yoshiwara arc, the brothel arc, where our main character met a girl. If you can see the poster, the blonde kitsune. She was kind of like, she is like a geisha. Geishas don't do sexual favors. I don't know. So kind of like prostitute, right? So the story was like she wants freedom because she is being tied down there, and like the story kind of turned into like oh, she like the common conflict. Oh, she's like the typical anime fan kind of thing. Like, oh, the main girl has to be pure to like for our main character. She has kind of be like this. I was like, how are they going to integrate this character who is like goes astray from the typical harem anime thing, right? And the story concluded she was freed. I was like, oh, that is pretty bold of them to actually have a character who worked as a innocent girl who was forced to work as a prostitute for such a light-hearted show. But no, what do you know? she never had any customers. I was like, wow, that was the fucking bait you threw at me. I was started like gaining some of my respect. Then you were just like, yeah, no, dude, we're the same thing. We aren't gonna change. You're just a fucking harem fantasy anime. Don't expect too much from us.
I would have stayed at my job, but nobody liked me, so I left. I didn't want to bother anymore.
God, this is so awful. But still enjoyed it,
Yeah, it was still great.
Yeah, 6.5.
Nice.
Did you like it more or less in season 1?
More than season 1.
Okay. I assume a big part of that is just because now you already know the characters are invested, so it kind of just got straight into things.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the case with most season 2s and onward.
Yeah. I hated Hestia, Don't tell Evan that. Don't tell Avenito. I hated Hestia. She's annoying. Like good character, like decent character, not even bad for her character design. Like her character design doesn't do like justice to her personality. Like it is the same thing as Tamaki, where the character is like not bad. She's decent, right? It's just the character design just like makes you think like, what is happening here? Sorry, what? I'm really focused on the tits.
Yeah.
I've always just seen Hestia as some sort of weird meme.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Can't hang. Speaking of can't hang, Arifureta is next on the list.
I haven't seen it.
Remember Arifureta? Wow, that was a thing that happened.
Was it?
For it every day, baby.
Yeah.
I think I remember you talking about it, Maz, but I literally remember nothing about it.
The thing is, so it's partially made by my guys at Studio Ass Read, best studio of all time.
Oh yeah, right there. Yeah.
I was like, I was excited for it, not specifically because I thought it would be good. I was just curious. So I got the first volume of the light novel, read it ahead of time.
Why?
I just wanted to know. I don't know. So actually, a bit of a reason for that is because I haven't read a light novel before the anime adaptation of it. So I'm like, oh, I wonder how. Like, I was just.
Well, that is a start.
Yeah, I'm like, how do light novels translate to anime? I guess. This was not a great start because the first episode is fucking like I've read the entire first novel and I had no idea what was happening in the first episode. Even though
Oh, that's right. I remember you talking about this now.
everything that happens in the first episode is in the novel, but I'm just like, I don't understand how anyone thought that this was it's mind-blowing how they made it that way.
So would you say it is like inherently like the thing, the Arifureta as an IP is bad, or is just the anime that presented it awfully?
I think it's kind of both. Like I didn't really enjoy the first volume. It's not that good. The thing about anime light novels that I kind of want to talk more in depth about in some other place, like a video or something, or an essay, like, the thing about them is that it's a lot of these novels are written by just one guy, and they're usually not even written with the intention of being good. Like, they're not really made with the intention of a wider audience. Most of them are just posted onto a website and then they get picked up by publishers, which is the case for Arifureta. And so there's just a lot of nonsense in the book. Like, there's one, I specifically remember one line of dialogue, or a couple lines of dialogue, and one of them was like, hey, don't you know it's wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? And I'm like, who the fuck put that there? Get out. It's just like, and like in the afterword of the novel, the author even admits that, like, yeah, this is a kind of a stupid piece of shit story. It's like he called it fan fiction tier. So
yeah, it's just like amateur mediocre stuff that just happened to get picked up.
Yeah, and in a way I can really sympathize, because I definitely see that, like, I think it's easy to see that what's in Arifureta is just stuff that the author likes. Like, oh, this is what my avatar would look like in some sort of game, and then I'd have a hot vampire waifu, and also
nice
these other things, and I can respect it for that. It's just unfortunate that you make it into an anime and you put it out to a larger audience, and then the anime looks like shit because of bad scheduling, and I don't know what happened to it. Arifureta was supposed to come out in spring 2018, and it came out in summer 2019 instead, so that can probably say something about how bad this production was. Yeah. But I don't know. It's like, yeah, you're not a good author, but you're not that doesn't make you a bad person, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So that being said, yeah, this anime kind of sucks. Looking forward to season 2.
Hey.
Wait, is there a season 2 confirmed?
There is a season 2 confirmed.
Oh no!
Oh wow!
Will that get delayed 2 years then?
Yeah, who knows? It is really a funny case, because like everyone was talking about how terrible this anime is, and I'm sure lots of people are just like, why do they keep making light novel adaptations like this? And then this was literally the most watched anime on some streaming platforms. Maybe not necessarily in America, but I think in China it was like the most watched anime of the season on Bilibili.
How does Devil's a Part-Timer still not have a season 2? But this shit
But
does.
Arifureta does.
Infuriating.
This really reminds me of something. During the 2010s, I still actively weekly watched professional wrestling like WWE and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And this just reminds me of something when you brought up, that everyone says that this shit is bad, and yet it's continuously like the highest rated something or other, whatever. Concept that me and my friends had when we'd watch wrestling in the 2010s. We'd watch Monday Night Raw. Wow, wrestling was so shit. I can't wait to watch again next week. That's the same exact concept. Wow, this random isekai thing is such shit. I can't wait to watch the next one. Like that just feels like what this is. It's crazy to me.
I think weekly format makes it more bearable. I don't know how.
No, I absolutely agree.
Like trying to watch this thing.
Because there's
It
definitely
would be unbearable to binge.
Yeah, because there's definitely shows that like I've watched week to week, but if it was like a show that was already out, I would have never picked it up because there's just infinitely better shows with a back catalog. So it's like I don't know why I do that to myself, but I just have to live with that.
You know, I just have to say, I really wish I could be isekai'd into a world without isekai.
Oh shit!
And I'll really talk about that more once we get deeper into the shows, because there's one isekai I did watch in the summer, and
1, 2,
I can't wait to talk about that.
3. 3. Yep.
What are you counting?
Isekais?
Oh,
4?
okay.
There were a lot of them in summer. What a season that
Nah, man. 4, I believe. Yeah. Shit.
Yep. Fortunately, one that wasn't an isekai and wasn't actually good. By the way, I gave Arifureta a 2 in case you're wondering.
Oh no!
Great.
Oh, I gave it a 2 as well. High
Ooh,
five.
nice.
Woo!
2 Roo.
Nice.
No.
Gotta get that. Anyway, Vinland Saga. That was an anime that was actually good and worth watching, and also not an isekai.
Yeah.
Not that
Absolutely.
isekai is bad, but yeah.
But it is.
Are you sure that, Thorfinn wasn't isekai'd?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, he was hit
Yeah,
by a
onto the
boat
boat.
and then sent into
Yeah.
the world of Vinland.
Yeah.
Like, I was walking
Where
on
he has
ice, and I drowned as it broke beneath me.
He has to defeat the Demon King Thorkel. It happens.
Oh, okay, I thought I crashed. It went really quiet. I was like, oh shit.
I'm like, oh
Yeah.
no, I hope I didn't break the call.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, oh fuck, here we go again.
Every episode, something bad happens.
I just looked at Murad. I was like, wait a second.
I didn't watch Vinland Saga. I plan to at some point, but
Oh man, it's
I haven't
good.
started yet.
Should, because it's good.
Yep. Oh, I know.
It's real good.
I just don't have like an easy way to watch it right now, so I'm gonna wait till I have an easy way to watch it.
Thanks for
Amazon
blocking
Prime?
Amazon.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Jeff Bozos.
Oh, you got him.
Destroyed.
No.
It was really good, though.
It
Vinland Saga was really, really good. It was a lot of fun to feel like I was, that I felt smart watching Vinland Saga. I felt like, like the History Channel made the anime, and I was watching it. And it felt like it was great.
I had a really a relationship progress with Vinland Saga, like how you start dating someone, like kind of interested. You're like,
Can't relate.
yeah, I'm interested in. It kind of goes like, yeah, I like them. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, it's pretty cool, nice. Then in midway, you're like, do I like them? Was it just kind of infatuation at start? But then you're like, oh yeah, I like them. Yeah, oh yeah, it's good. Yeah. So like this show started, I enjoyed like Thor's. I loved Thor's, man. He was such a great
Oh, yeah.
character.
Oh,
Like
yes.
for this first few episodes, he was there and left such a big impact.
Mm-hmm.
Like a fucking giant man who fucking slaps ass and like slap you and your head will fucking start flying off, but he won't because he's a nice, gentle, cuddly big guy. Like after Thor's, coming down to Thorfinn was such a fucking downgrade. Like first half for me, I was like, man, Thorfinn is so fucking annoying. Like, I can't stand this kid. He's so fucking monotone and everything. But as the story progressed and like we entered the second half, I started to realize, man, no, Thorfinn is not the protagonist yet. It's Ashley.
It's Ashalad!
Yeah. I was like, oh my god, it's Ashley. And I was like, man, this is so awesome. Then he fucking passed the torch to Canute. And like it's now like Thorfinn and Canute are like kind of protagonist thing going on. Man, I loved it. Ashley is such a great fucking character, dude.
Man, Ashalad is
Absolutely.
amazing.
Man.
And I don't know anything about the source material. I didn't read Vinland Saga in any way. I didn't even really know what it was about. I, like probably quite a few other people, when I first saw it announced and then was waiting for it to air, I was like, oh cool, I can't wait to watch this anime about Viking. I can't wait to, watch some crazy pillaging, you know. And and then I watched it, and I kind of had the same thoughts as you did. You know, Thorfinn didn't. I didn't really care about Thorfinn at the beginning.
Yeah, same.
Like I was more interested in his dad, but like I always like the big brawly dudes. You know, don't take that out of context. But I really always like them in anime and whatnot. They're always so cool. You know, he was a cool character. And you know, watching those first few episodes. Which, by the way, when I first saw those 3 episodes that dropped, I had like that was essentially like a prologue. I didn't know, and I was like, whoa, really? You know. Things changed, and then after which by the way, those first 3 episodes dropping at once, and then the show not airing again for practically like a month, really sucked. That was awful. But you know, when it went into like the next part, and then continued to go forward in time, I began to realize that perhaps I'm not watching a story that's going to be centered in any one period of time. Now, obviously, it's set in a certain time period, but I'm talking, you know, a couple years, because you know some anime they'll give you a whole show and it'll either take place in the course of a couple months, a year, or maybe even just a week, you know. But
or
I
a day,
feel like, or a day, you know, or in the case of some anime, the same day 8 times. But you know, I'm watching this and I'm sitting here going, I don't know anything about what's going to happen, but I feel like the season 2, which I'm sure will eventually happen, are we even going to be following? Like, is it even going to be like the same main character at first? Like, are we even going to see Thorfinn immediately or anything like that?
Well, technically, there is no main character. Yeah, it's kind of like we have Thorfinn as like a centerpiece to just have the story around the character.
Yeah, and that was what was interesting about it, is the characters that they started surrounding around Thorfinn and their stories and whatnot. It's almost like he's us in the story, as weird as that is to say. Like, he's supposed to be the placeholder to make sure that we see all these other stories happen. You know, it's interesting. I really liked Vinland Saga a lot for doing that, for making it more about Aslod. You know, it was cool. I dug it.
Guys, the first opening, dude, Survive Said the Prophet. Fucking loved them.
Both their OPs for Vinland Saga.
Yeah, for Banana Fish and like, they did the opening for Banana Fish as well. Last year. Last to last year. Jesus Christ.
Was that 2? Oh my lord.
That was 2
years
years
It
ago.
was that long ago.
Then after that, they did like opening for this man. Survive Said the Prophet are like the new what was that band called? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
I love that band.
I love Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. So
they also did they did some stuff for like Hunter x Hunter back in the day too, and that was so good.
Yeah, the second ED of Hunter x Hunter, that was like so good. I had that as my ringtone for some time, and people were like, "Oh, you're into metal?" I'm like, "Nah."
No,
I mean, yes. Not anime at all.
Yeah, you know, it was from like that point after the prologue area to like the end, even when it got a little weird in the middle to like watch, and there were times I'll never forget. I can't remember. Well, okay, I'll never forget, and then I followed up with I can't remember, but I'll never forget the one episode, which the episode number escapes me, that the whole episode is basically what I like to refer to as the OP extended, because all the cuts from the OP were in the episode. It was the one fight that he had with Thorkel, and it was just everything from the OP was just getting used in that episode. I'm talking everything.
Yeah.
You know? It was kind of nuts. Every action scene, if it was there, it was in this episode. And
yeah, from the first OP, like when they try to like kidnap Canute back from Thorkel. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff. It was repeated a lot, but it didn't bother me. For some reason, I found it cool. I don't know why.
It's like forget just insert OP song. Let's just insert the entire OP into this episode.
Exactly.
Like I'd be hyped for that too.
It's kind of like, oh yeah, I've seen that before. Oh, like revisiting old place kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's from there. That's neat.
It's like when they say the title in a movie. Oh, he said it. He said, "Oh, it's those scenes. It's the OP." You know, like
what is this? Some kind of Suicide Squad?
What is this? Some kind of Vinland Saga? Thorkel? Cut that.
Cut that out. What did you guys give this show?
I actually still have a few episodes to go, but I would probably give it an 8.
I gave it a low 9.
Nice.
Yeah, I gave it a high 8.
Ooh, nice.
Good show.
Strong.
Yeah, good show.
Strong boy.
Good show. Strong boys. I can't wait to read the BLs of it. Gonna be interesting. Thor kill on Thors, man.
Oh, you don't want that good Chanute?
Oh, Snoot.
He's a very beautiful boy.
Snoot getting gangbanged, yeah.
Oh my
Looking forward to
lord.
that.
I didn't know Jack was on the podcast today. That's why.
Awesome.
Yep.
All right. Next, did any of you guys see Isekai Cheat Magician?
Nope.
Well, I knew it. Isekai.
It
I knew it.
exists, you know?
Yeah, it's another isekai that
exists.
the only thing I'll say about it is that I watched the first 5 minutes of it and it was like the worst looking thing. It was like it was weird to me how everyone was so mad about how Arifureta looked. This show was worse looking than Arifureta because at least I had some semblance of what was going on in Arifureta, kind of. I just specifically remember this part of Isekai Cheat Magician where this guy was walking on the sidewalk with his girl or who the fuck ever, and then there was someone riding a bike and he was coming towards them and like they kind of like dodged out of the way for some reason and he's like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? And I'm like, what happened? What? Huh?
He's like, he's riding a bike.
Oh no, bikes! My one weakness!
Those aren't supposed to be here. What's wrong with you, you crazy person?
And then it also kept cutting to some other fantasy shit. I have no idea. It was the most confusing thing I'd ever. I thought it was horrible, so I stopped watching it.
Oh, you said 5 minutes. Never mind.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
That's it. Mao-sama Retry. Did you guys see that?
Nope.
No, but that girl had yellow hair.
I was gonna say,
Isekai
that looks like a blonde Rem.
That was the blonde Rem. The other thing I'll say about this one is that this character design is significantly different looking in whatever she's from. They like just totally butchered her design so that she could look more like Rem.
There's a witch hat.
What?
There's a witch hat.
Where?
In the background. Look, like top left.
Oh, it's got a
there.
really long top.
Oh no, that's a stupid.
Oh, wow.
That's a meme hat. Get that out of here. I don't want.
It's a droopy witch hat. What are you talking
That
about?
is kind of like
It's got triangles on it. Look, there's triangles, Moz.
it kind of looks like Bayonetta's hair.
Zoom in hands, triangles.
That's,
Do you think that
Look
there's
at all of
hair
them.
inside the hat? Do you think she sticks her hair back there, and that's why it's so long?
I don't like
Yeah,
that.
it comes
mental
down
image,
this way.
actually.
I don't approve of this. This is no. This is not okay. That's not okay. You can't do that.
Well, I kind of respect them for having like a color consistency. Like characters have blonde hair, pink hair, white hair, and orange. Not like black, blink, blue. Sorry, blink, blue. Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Also,
Yeah.
why is this guy's face like 2 kilometers long?
Yeah, dude.
His hair is
Big
straight
head
as hell.
energy.
He kind of looks like Roger Smith with longer hair. Kind of feels like I'm about to watch a really weird version of the Big O.
Shout out to Roger Smith.
Yeah. Not that Roger Smith.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant
I
at
know,
first.
I know who you're talking about, but that's funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's sharp, sharply dressed man.
All right, then there was the if it's for my daughter, I'd even defeat a demon lord. Did you guys watch that?
I did not.
I challenge you to read
No.
the Japanese title.
Okay. Uchi no musume no tame naraba ore wa moshikashitara mao no tayoseru kamoshi renai.
Oh yeah.
You read
not
that better than
completely.
I
Can
can
you do it
read
again?
English.
I bet you can't do the next one too.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
fucking
Go
god.
ahead and
this
give the
is
next
like
one a try.
cursed. This was where we really
The one
like,
after that isn't great either.
This season was Max Isekai. Max light novel.
Hey, but if you shot out the fodder, there were some good shows. Let's get them.
Yeah, okay.
Well, starting the fodder.
Mom Isekai.
Oh.
Anything to say about Mom Isekai?
Oh yeah, I got something to say about it. All right.
Boy. Oh, this is
I
gonna go.
need a seatbelt. I need a seatbelt.
So as a few people may or may not know, you know, I kind of like the One-san archetype, and you know, this is a mom, so it's
Hell
like
yeah.
that. So Ka-san, yeah. But The show's awful.
Yeah.
I've never in my time watching anime. There's been a couple years now that I've been watching seasonals and all that, and never have I felt like I was particularly targeted and attacked
Yes.
by a show
Yes.
more than when I watched MILF Isekai. I was so... And you know what? I'm a degenerate just for watching it in the first place. But because I was sitting here going, man, it's going to be one of those shows.
Well, what score did you give it?
I gave it a very, very, very low 4. And
Okay.
I gave it a very low 4 because I still really appreciated the character design when it didn't look like garbage.
All right.
But, you know, it's like they make you think something's gonna happen. Okay, with a title like "Do You Love Your Mom" and her 2-hit multi-target attacks, you think that perhaps you'll see.
She's gotta hit some multi-target
Yeah,
attacks.
so you see, yeah, which to be fair, she does.
Yeah.
But my MC over here seemed to miss the memo on the "Do You Love Your Mom" part because for most of the anime, he's getting pissed that his mom's around him.
Well, no, that's the kind of the point,
Yes,
though. He
I get
goes
it,
to the
I
other
get it.
world so his mom, so that way
But
they
I'm
can
just
become
saying-
closer.
Which, you know, okay, now we're getting weird. Never mind.
I would love my mom.
I would love my mom. Okay, she's very nice. Okay, everyone else loves her. You know what kind of loser you got to be when your mom is so great and everybody loves her to be upset about it? You know?
You're probably gonna say hot.
No,
Can we
no,
agree?
I'm not Colonel CP, man. That's not what the CP stands for. It doesn't stand for Colonel Panic, and it doesn't stand for anything else either.
Colonel Panic, man.
Okay?
I never think of that.
I'm just saying it told me it was going to be something else, and it was not, and I was highly disappointed. So I gave it a bad score, and to tell you the truth, it was incredibly boring.
I got through 4 episodes.
Those 4 episodes sucked. Here's the thing: the next 4 episodes sucked too.
What about the last 4?
They were okay. But the
Okay.
middle 4 took place in a school, and for one, okay, I don't want to. If I'm watching anything like this, I don't want it to be in a school. Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. But on top of that, they're in a school where like you're around literal unfinished designs. I understand they're like in a game, but like we're talking like blank people are sitting around them. They're surrounded by blank people.
I said 4 episodes, and he said the next 4 take place in a school. I must have watched more episodes or had it on in the background because I absolutely remember the school and the blank characters. And they're like, yeah, the characters are blank because the game's still in beta or some shit.
Yeah, and the
They're like,
characters are
the
like,
characters just aren't finished. Like that's part of the plot.
Wow.
they go around confessing to
That's
his
smart.
mom. Like you have these NPCs, these pieces of data confessing to his mom.
Are you serious?
Like what? Yeah, they're going up to her. It's like classic school confessionals. But it was so boring. I felt like I sat through 12 episodes instead of 4.
Oh,
I cannot comprehend why this was as bad as it was.
also, why
at the
make an
same
isekai
time-
if you're gonna put it in school anyways? That's
Exactly. It's
so
like
stupid.
I got isekai'd into the real world. That's essentially what it feels like I'm watching right now. You know, it was terrible. I gave it like I said, I gave it a 4. Ugh.
I gave it a 3 through however much I've watched of it.
This show has like some special power. Like, have you ever watched something and it made you lose a fetish?
Oh Jesus.
Man, like, it
It's a
loses
great
my
way to
milk.
describe it, honestly.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you know what? Not interested in milks anymore.
Do you love your mom? Well, not anymore.
No.
I used to.
Man,
Then I watched
Sue's
this
anime
show.
ruins relationship with mom. Man, Sue's anime. Oh my god. But yeah, no, it sucked. Oh, there you go. I'm sorry I had to talk about it.
No, I'm glad you did because I wanted to hear other people's thoughts on it. Because, like I said, I saw some episodes and was just like, all right, I'm just gonna try and forget this happened.
Hang on.
All right.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I just see that Sentai Filmworks has a physical Blu-ray for W's coming out soon. So yeah, peeping the deets about that. Okay. Hidive.com/LP/RA2020. Yep. All right. Next anime. What's next? Hensuki. Did anyone
You wanna
watch
give
this?
No.
No.
I know
watched
Hiding
the
liked
first
it.
episode.
You watched the first episode,
I watched the first episode and I didn't watch anymore.
so I assume you don't like the first episode.
Now let me tell you.
I gave it a
Okay.
10.
Look. Yeah, well, I didn't.
First episode, excellent. Didn't need any more.
The first episode was all I needed to see.
Yeah.
This show looked weird. It looked weird. Something was wrong. Okay, I remember
the proportions are really off.
I remember when they first announced it. I'm sitting here going, "Oh shit, this looks like Doki Doki Literature Club."
He kind of does.
It kind of does.
I was like, "Oh fuck, this is gonna be interesting." And then it aired. I wish the OP was like that because the OP sucked too. But the first episode was it was creepy. It felt creepy.
Just Monica, man.
Creepy. Huh?
Just Monica.
It would be fun if it was just Monaco, but seriously, it was so uninteresting. Like the sexual stuff that they tried to put in it was so cringy. It was just awful, and I can only imagine that as it went on, it had to have gotten worse. But when your anime is like starting with some dude finding like a pair of girls' underwear in front of him, and then he's gonna spend the rest of the time figuring out whose they belong to. When it shouldn't be like that hard. Like he doesn't have to turn into Detective Conan to figure it out. So it was boring, it was dumb. And to tell you the truth, like that and then MILF Isekai has me sitting here going, wow, what happened to Ecchi? It made me sit there and go, what happened? Nande Coco aired in the spring, okay? And that was great.
Man, Ecchi peaked with like To Love Ryu.
Yeah, but it sucked. It sucked. It was terrible. And I don't like to like give scores to anime I've dropped, especially if I've only watched so little of it. But this is like one of those shows that I would go in there and give it like a fat like 2.
Oh,
a thick 2.
Yeah, a thick 2 because that's all it deserves. Yeah, exactly. So it was terrible. It sucked. Again, I'm upset I had to talk about it.
Like just hearing you talk about the show, like had me like a news article, like title pop in my head. Anime makes local man hate sex. What happened?
What happened?
They kept telling me girls were gonna look like that under their clothes, and they didn't.
This is why Japan has those declining birth rates.
They're infecting the rest of the world. Oh shit!
Should have watched. What was it? Darling in the Franxx. That was promoted. I don't know.
What?
Never mind. Next, let's talk about shows that are actually like worth talking about. Kanata no Astra.
Hell yeah.
CP,
oh hell yeah.
I know you just talked about a couple shows in a row, but you're like the big Astra fanboy in this group.
I loved Astra. Yeah.
Astra is fucking awesome!
Oh,
yeah.
you like it too, Meta.
I literally watched all of it in one sitting like 3 days ago.
Same.
Wow.
This
not
is
3 days
nice
ago,
now.
but
I was up till 8 a.m. that day just watching it.
Damn.
feet.
This is
My
great.
feet fell asleep. Shit.
Oh no, that is not great.
No, be quiet. His feet are sleeping. You don't want to startle them.
Wake up, bitch! Ouch!
It was so good. Like, I've heard the complaints about Kanata no Astra, and
What
they're
complaints?
like, well, a lot of people don't really like the way it was directed.
I will say,
What?
Okay, I deducted a full point from Astra for the way this show was directed.
Damn.
Oof.
What'd
you give it?
I gave it a 6.
Maybe I don't remember it well.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, the
I'm
worst
too
thing
busy
about
reading
it,
subtitles to notice. Oh no, I watched this dubbed. Oh. Then I don't know. I guess I just didn't notice the direction.
I had a joke. See, so I have it's funny. I brought this up on the summer retrospective that if you watch it subbed version, you're fucked because the show is like 95% of the show is put in this stupid aspect ratio.
Oh yeah.
Really it does not work well with the subtitles at all.
Oh yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, I remember that.
Good stuff. So wait, did you guys watch it subbed or dubbed?
I watch it subbed.
Oh, I watched the sub too.
I watched the dub. The dub was actually pretty solid. I had fun watching the dub.
This looks like the kind of show that could be dubbed well.
I've heard
Yeah.
it has a good dub. Yes. I've seen some.
I'm not a
clips.
big fan of a Beanie Boy. His voice actor is just doesn't match his character at all.
Oh, no.
But other than that,
Beanie Boy.
yeah, Beanie Boy.
Beanie Boy.
There's Beanie Boy, LaCroix Boy,
LaCroix boy.
MC.
Who's literally just named LaCroix, by the way.
No, I know. Yeah. His name is literally LaCroix, and I was like, he's my new favorite character. And he's blonde. I'm like, holy shit, it's me.
LaCroix boy.
Yeah, you know,
And then we got Paul Walker, and we got the generic quiet girl.
Oh,
We got the whole cast of characters.
Yeah.
Paul Walker. Oh,
Yeah, Paul Walker.
shit.
What was his actual name? Jake Walker? Is that what it was?
Zach Walker.
Zach Walker. That's what it was.
You know, I'm gonna be real with you guys for a second, okay? It will be a little embarrassing, all right? But last episode of Astra, which by the way, interesting thing about it was its first and last episode were an hour long.
Yes.
It was almost like it was 14 episodes, really, if you want to split it up.
Mm-hmm.
They also cut the OP
cried.
a lot.
Yeah, they did. I cried at the end of the last episode, by the way, so make fun of me now.
Oh yeah, same.
Idiot.
yeah, okay. But yeah, I like the OP.
I may have. I honestly don't remember. The OP was fun.
It had really nice. It was really nicely put together. The song I didn't care about, but like the visuals were super interesting. I love the way that they used colors, especially at the end when with like, what's the word? Make everybody solid color. That's not the word, but that's what I chose to say. They made everybody a solid color at the end. I loved it.
I call blue.
Silhouettes. Silhouettes, I think.
Yeah, they silhouetted everybody with a color, and that was really cool. And the OP, it's got its little hints in it to stuff in the story too, which is very cool. Like with Ares' name and whatnot. It was the only name that was upside down.
Oh yeah.
And it read, what is it, Sierra or whatever.
Yeah.
It was interesting. They threw in a lot of stuff. And that being said, this is a full adaptation. Yeah. So it was cool to get to actually know we were going to see the end of it. And it was interesting.
And we saw it.
So interesting.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk spoilers on this? Because this is one of the few shows I feel like we can spoil.
We should avoid spoilers.
Okay.
I will say
we can call out when we start to discuss them.
Well,
yeah.
But it's up to you guys.
we can go into spoilers in a bit. I will preface it by saying that Astra is actually a pretty. I feel like it's a show you actually could tell whether or not you'd really enjoy watching it based on the first episode. I think if you saw the first episode and you're like, oh, this seems like kind of an interesting little thing, then you can watch it to the end and be pretty satisfied with it, because it is a show that it delivers on its premises, all of its promises and all.
Yeah.
And but also if you watch the first episode and you're like, space adventure, mystery, not really feeling these characters or anything, don't think I'm gonna like it, you're not really gonna be won over in the end.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wasn't like super huge on the mystery aspect of it. Like I was like, it's there, but I didn't care too much about it. Like the part for me that's really sold this show was just like the like uniqueness of all the different planets that they land on.
I did think the planets were good. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the planets were like just a lot of fun to watch them exploring the planets and like how different things interact. Like the one planet where like the dominant species is a fungus. Like the idea of like planets like that exist. It's they explore some really cool concepts with that, and it's really fun to watch the characters experience those areas.
And they like
the first time,
explain
just
how
like
it
we are.
works, like the whole mechanics behind it. Like how they come to the antidote, but as come closer, they die and become the fodder. But the ones that survive, that is how they are still alive. Because the plants don't want the animals to die because they won't have any food. So they like created antidote for that themselves.
Yeah.
It's pretty dope. LaCroix boy already almost died. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the name LaCroix boy.
LaCroix boy. But yeah, I guess we could talk about spoilers if you want, because it is a, I don't know, it's just a show that has a really good ending, actually. Like, I can't say I was ever all that invested in it. I mean, I kept watching it through the end because like it wasn't bad or anything. I just wanted to see it. But like the last few episodes really won me over. I'm like, wow, they actually delivered this I feel like the way. Okay, so it's a murder mystery.
So should we spoiler? Should we just?
Yes, spoilers start here. Spoilers start here. So it's a whodunit mystery. Someone is the traitor. Who was the traitor? I really felt that they were setting up for the traitor to be... Wait.
Olger.
Zach.
Beanie Boy.
No, I actually think that they were... No, I thought they were setting up the traitor to be Ares, actually.
Luca. Oh.
Because I've seen this happen before. I've seen another show where like the first girl was actually the traitor all along, and they even like gave me clues to make me think that, where at one point she, like before they reveal who it is, she's like, oh, I've already accomplished all of my goals and something like that. It's like they've completely closed this character. So I'm like, okay, this is really suspicious. They're going to, that's just what they're going to do. They're going to make Ares the traitor because they can say, oh, we made the first girl the traitor. Wow, we're so smart. And then
I think
it turns out they didn't do that. And I'm like, wait, that was actually clever.
I think I know what show you're talking about.
It's been a while.
Like,
maybe I'm
I mean, because I don't want to say the title because then it's a spoiler for that show. But I can't say spoiler for this show because then I'm saying the title.
Oh, do you want to know what show I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I can type it in chat.
Okay, yeah, put it in chat because I think I saw. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought you were talking about. That was a pretty good show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think it was gonna be Ares just because they followed her and then like she's too like pure. Like they didn't show like a hint of it at any point. Whereas I feel like with that other show, like there were moments where I was like, she's doing some like not sus things, but it's like you can kind of tell. But whereas like Olger was like, I just didn't think
suspect.
the show. Yeah, he was like the prime suspect through the whole show, and I was like, this show isn't smart enough to, go to someone else.
Yeah.
So it's either like the most obvious red herring, or it's just the easiest murder mystery.
It was gonna be the.
But what did you know? It fucking pulled it. It pulled the fucking cool twist.
And then Paul Walker was like, "Oh, I found it," so I'm like, "Oh, it's him." And then I was like, "Well, maybe it isn't him because he probably wouldn't have said anything otherwise." And then a lot of other people didn't seem like they had too big of a motive, so it was mainly between like 3 or 4 different characters for who it actually was.
Man, but LaCroix boy being the fucking perpetrator was so fucking cool.
Yeah, I did not expect him.
Yeah, it's always the blonde ones, guys. It's always the blonde ones.
They did the thing with him, like the fake out earlier, where he told his story.
Yeah.
And that was like, I wrote him off. I was like, oh no, all right then, I guess it's not. And then they're like, well, actually, that story isn't as inaccurate as you think, and he also died. I was so taken aback. It was like, wow, you guys did something incredibly interesting, and it's not even like you really bullshitted us back then either.
Yeah, he was just telling like half truths.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It shows clever, man. Like the twist when they're like, oh, they're all fucking clones. That they like, who is trying to kill you? Your fucking parents are trying to kill you, because when like Ares' mother is shown that she's like really caring, and like she's the only parent who is like shown properly like caring about the child. Everybody else is like, yeah, okay, maybe we'll get them. So you like, it's kind of like you're assuming that all the parents are worried, right? And like all of the parents of the children are like really high and really like in high social standings. So when they come together and talk about, maybe they're not coming. So you kind of understand that they're people in higher positions. They have a position to maintain. So losing a child would not be a big, like, they can't like just fucking mourn themselves over this. So that was kind of like understandable. But when it actually came to like, LaCroix boy was the fucking guy sent to like kill everybody, and with himself, a fucking suicide mission, a fucking Suicide Squad, solo man.
Oh no.
What is this? Some kind of Kanata no Astra, and then he just pulls the trigger.
What are we, lost in space?
Yeah, exactly.
The
scene where he had a second remote in his sleeve, I think was one of my favorites. He's like, you got my remote. I have a second remote in my sleeve.
Get fucked.
It was I was like, I mean, that makes sense, but it's just the funniest, like, easy thing to do. It's like, well, yeah, I figured I'd lose it at some point, so I have 2. Why don't more people do that?
It's clever, man. It's clever.
Yeah.
The characters are great. I'm really disappointed in just one character with Yoon Hun Lu.
What was that?
The tall, big titty.
Yeah, the quiet
singer.
one.
The quiet one. Like I was expecting a character to develop more and be more upfront, but nah, didn't happen much.
She had her arc, and then she was just as useless as she was before.
It feels more natural though that she didn't just immediately become like this upfront kind of person, because like she still was like the way she was for a really long time. It makes sense
but
change that quick, you know.
But like I was expecting her to be more involved, like as much as she became later in the series, but like still, that's me. Yeah. Can you talk about Kanata and how great of a protagonist he is? Like really good leader. He's a really good leader. Like it kind of proves the point that you don't have to be a fucking expert in a thing to be a good leader. Like people are always like, "Oh yeah, you're great at this thing. You should lead us." No, I don't know how to lead, right? I just because I'm good at something doesn't mean that I'm good at leading. Leadership is a whole different quantity, like different skill in itself. And Kanata has that. He's a great charismatic leader. Like I compared it to before. Like I saw like Kanata is kind of like Kamina. I compared him to Kamina before. Like the same charisma and like same like the energy. Of course, Kamina was a completely different character from Kanata. Just the charisma and like the confidence the man has. Like everything's gonna be all right. I'm going to make it. Energy.
Yeah. What'd you guys end up giving the show?
I gave it a 6, but like I said, it would be a full point higher if it had a director who wasn't a hack.
Gotcha. CP.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to say this properly without seeming like a real mark.
Oh boy.
So yeah, I gave it a 10.
Oh hell yeah, brother!
But I put a lot of stock in something that can move such an emotionally stoned giant such as myself to crying, and albeit we're discussing this summer anime, and we're not really talking about the leftovers from spring, but only one other anime this year or in 2019 made me cry at the end, and that was Carole Tuesday, and that also got a 10 out of me. So it means a lot to somebody like me when an anime can do that.
What was like the breaking point? Was it like the time skip at the end and seeing how everything moved on past that, or like what was the?
It was kind of like a thing that was brewing all throughout that last episode.
Culmination.
And it came out then at the end during that time skip, because it was like I sat there for all these weeks watching these characters grow and watching them actually become like a family, and then the realization at the end that wow, they really are going to be each other's family now, that they have to be.
Yeah.
That it struck such a chord with me. And, like I said, the directorial stuff aside, I didn't let that affect me too much, because I almost felt like I was doing the story a disservice, which you could say to me then, go read the manga. But I feel like I'm doing the story a disservice by allowing the production part of it to really bring me down, because I felt like it needed to hit on its story more than anything, and it did. And that's why I was able to give it such a high score.
It kind of felt like watching a early 20s anime. Like you're so connected with the characters, like each and every one of them. You feel like you're going on an adventure with them.
It was interesting, and to think that they did that all in what equates to 14 episodes, really just 12.
Which just takes like fucking 50 episodes or so to like get connected to each and every character and like have an emotional connection to them. It was great, man. The story was fantastic.
It's almost like when you're adapting something that's finished, and you have the opportunity to plan ahead everything that you can accomplish doing something like that in such a small amount of episodes.
Just imagine.
The one thing that like, I gave it like a high 7, or maybe I gave it a low 8. It was like kind of like trying to decide. But the one thing at the very beginning that just kept annoying me was how often the main character kept bringing up his time, like, lost in the woods. Like, he just brought it up every other
lost
sentence.
in space?
Yeah. He's like, oh, yeah, I got lost in the woods. I helped people out. And we're like, we get it. Your teacher's dead, and you want to help people. We understand. Like, he just kept hitting us over the head with that for the first, 3 episodes. And I was like, if this keeps up, I'm not going to have fun. But thankfully, he toned it back once we understood. Once our concussion had settled.
It's part of how he became a better leader. He came in. Obviously, he was insecure beforehand, and
Yeah.
He was able to. That's why he stopped. Wow. Oh my God. Character writing. This is nuts.
Yeah. It's great.
I guess that was him trying to prove, that he can survive and he can do those things. He was trying to, I guess,
To honor
convince
the
himself.
memory.
He was convincing himself that he could do it again, and convincing his friends that he could encourage, that he could lead them, I guess. And then once he had their support, I guess that's probably why he stopped.
Yeah. Like to honor the memory of his instructor.
Yeah.
Oh, great, man. Solid show.
Yeah,
Solid
so-
8. Solid high 8.
Hi.
Nice.
Light 9.
Awesome.
I'm glad I picked this up because it was one of those things where I kept hearing pretty good things about the show, but again, I had no easy way to watch it. And then I was finally like, okay, I'm gonna watch it. I just happened to be I was already planning on watching it, and then you said invited me on to do the summer, and I was like, oh, Astra's in the summer. I guess I'll watch it. I was like, I've got 4 or 5 days to watch it, and then watched all of it in one sitting. It's just a very easy, fun show to watch.
It is
with
it is bingeable.
Yeah, and there's enough pulling you to keep coming back for the murder mystery stuff, but nothing tense where it's you're just waiting for that. You're enjoying your whole way through, and then also get the mystery stuff at the end as well. So it paces it really well.
I just want to say real quick, because I'm assuming we're going to move on, but Astra, while, it's going to sound a little weird to compare it to something that doesn't take place in space, but in regards to its storytelling and the mystery, it reminded me an awful lot of Sakurako-san's Investigations.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's...
sorry, what? Can you say that again?
Sakurako-san's Investigations. I think it has... A corpse is buried beneath Sakurako's feet is another name for it.
Hashimoto.
Yeah.
Oh, Beautiful Bones. Okay, yeah. I know it by that name.
I was a big fan of that anime and its storytelling. And by the way, it's essentially the TV show Bones as an anime. Just throwing that out there. If you've ever seen Bones, it's essentially like an anime.
Lovely Bones. Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it reminded me a lot of how I enjoyed the storytelling in that and the imagery. And I think Astra had a lot of great imagery and a lot of fun storytelling at times. Fun storytelling all the time and great imagery at times. What I meant. And so that might be a big part of why I personally enjoyed it so much. When mystery anime is done very well, especially if you like Steins Gate a lot, you could tell from some of the mystery it has in it.
Yeah.
It's always so fun, and that explains to me why someone was able to sit down and watch it in one sitting like that. Because it's so good, so good. I'm sorry, I'm gushing. I really like.
No, that's kind of what we're here for. We're here to gush and encourage people to watch these great shows and not watch whatever the one before that is, because I can't read that title. Yeah, exactly. I really also liked the inclusion of Luca and his whole or her whole thing. Exactly, it's one of those things
Their whole thing.
Yeah. Luca, just sort of has, Luca's
Both.
moment. Yeah, Luca has Luca's moment, and then
everybody got a moment too. That's so cool.
Well, and because Luca's especially was something that I've never even seen in any sort of media, and it was one of those, it's solid representation, and then just one of those things where it was and then they moved on and didn't try to make a big deal of it.
Dwell on it.
I really liked that. I thought it was very tastefully done.
Absolutely.
Imagine this being a Netflix show. Jesus Christ. They would just put it in front of you, be like, yo, this character Luca? We have Luca.
Oh, and I guess we didn't even really...
The poster of Netflix, if it was on Netflix, they'd put them there.
We didn't even talk about the whole rewriting history thing. Do you guys have anything?
That was neat.
Because that was kind of crazy. The way they decide. I don't know. I think it's a really cool idea, but it's, maybe me personally, I'm peace is probably better than history in my opinion. But I can see why the government did it, but I can also see why people would rather have the truth. So I think that was a fun, dilemma for, society to have as well.
Climate change, it was the message of climate change in most anime is super fucking preachy, but they did pretty good job in this one. I was like, oh shit, yeah, we are fucking up our planet. Huh. Next day, throws fucking plastic bags around.
So okay, I guess we're done with Astra.
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, cool.
That was a good discussion.
Yeah.
Next. Speaking of good, we've got Dumbbell.
Yes.
This show knows how to. Yeah, this show knows how to do pandering right. knows how to do me right. This show did me right. Real nice, right? The show was entertaining. Like it gave me what I came to see. It had its comedy and everything. Great entertaining. Not too much ecchi. There is ecchi. Yeah, there is ecchi. Of course.
Come on. Every time that
they explain. Okay, yeah.
Machio no san.
Like that. Like every
Machio, yeah, he's a real ecchi.
Oh man.
Machio, man, those muscles.
I think we had, was it two shows back to back with best boy people? Because Machio was the best boy, and so was the
Astra,
the main dude from Astra.
Yeah, Kanata
was the best boy.
the actual name. Yeah.
I think this show I came into the show just thinking it was going to be like not good. It was just going to be like kind of my ecchi show that I'd watch on the side as well. But it ended up literally being like one of my favorite shows of the season. And like from someone who has tried like going, I'm too lazy to continue to go to the gym, but for like a short time, like did weightlifting. It was like honestly super accurate to kind of the environment, because I know I came in with a friend who had been lifting before, and he was encouraging me to do it like for the first time. I could see so many parallels with like Machio, where it's literally just like they don't care that like everyone starts at like a low weight and works their way up, and it's just like encouragement and like telling you to focus on form before like performance, and they're just it was like it felt very real to life, because in my experience it was very encouraging and very, they want you to have a good time doing it. And Machio was able to give us and the people in the show the same, attention and encouragement. And I thought that was a lot of fun to watch.
Like I've been working out for like last 2 years, like going to gym every day. And this show like is pretty like accurate. Like just you said, Vancer, there are assholes who are like, oh, look at my bulk. Oh, here comes fat guy. He's trying to lose weight.
Here comes fat guy.
But there are genuinely people in like gym who are like there to help you, like teach you stuff, and like they will, like if you ask them, they will like come forth and help you beyond like they will sit down and help you. Because I used to be like 150 kilos. I don't know how much that would be in
probably a lot
pounds.
Let me run the numbers.
Yeah, just do a Google.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, and then now I'm 70, so I'm literally less than the half of the weight I used to be. And like this show is pretty good. Like it's encouraging people. Like if I ever needed encouragement to work out, like this does a pretty good job of encouraging people to work out. Like I did the summer roundup video in which I said that I've been working out for the last 2 years, but even this show taught me like some correct postures, like some mistakes I was making.
Yeah,
great show, man. Pretty educational, pretty hot, and pretty fun.
It was very, very hot at times. I know, like, because I feel like a lot of what am I trying to say? A lot of you're saying like the Here Comes Fatty. It's literally like not even a gym exclusive. It's literally just like gatekeeping, but for like a different activity, where it's like there are people who like, whenever I have someone who tries to watch anime, I'm like, oh, here, watch these shows, as opposed to the people who are like, oh, you've only seen this show, and then like don't encourage them to find new ones. It's it's just like I always like learning things that people are like passionate about. Like that's one of like my favorite things, to just hear people talk about shit they like and why they like it. And I think this is exactly like this show scratched that itch so much. It was just like, hey, we love exercising and lifting weights. Here's what we love about it. Here's what you'll love about it. And it's also really good for you. It's like, I don't know. It was a lot of fun to watch from every aspect. And it was
another thing. The gym these girls go to, sorry, a high school student cannot afford that level of professionalism for a gym.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that was super fucking unreal. I was like, oh my god, that is a nice gym.
Literally.
Akemi, right? Akemi, she was like super rich, so I mean, she probably could.
Yeah, like not our main, not Hibiki.
Hibiki, no, definitely couldn't.
You know, I want to throw out here something to you guys, okay? So, little known fact about CP Man. I really like senseis in anime a lot.
Wow.
Just throw that out there.
Oh yeah.
And I would like to point out that while I cannot speak for the fall season, because I don't know everything that aired in the fall, I only watched a certain amount, I want you to know that this show right here, Dumbbell, it featured our third Tachibana sensei of the year. And
Holy
all
shit, it
three
did.
Tachibana senseis, one in the winter, of course, the Hina Tachibana and Damekano. One in the spring, Tachibana sensei in Nandekoko. And then now we have this one here. They're all very good. And she was my favorite character in the show. It was her interactions with her students were hilarious. Okay, her desires being almost the same as a high school girl's was also very funny. The show did such a great job with its characters, and I would like to throw out just Dogakobo hits one out of the park again with their really nice looking characters, and you know I love what they do with colors in their show.
Oh yeah.
It looked so incredibly good, and as we said, Machio's just.
Oh, Machio.
What a
lad,
man! Oh my god, you know. But he was just another best boy for this year. But you know, like it was so refreshing to see such a fun, interesting male character in one of these shows. He wasn't like he wasn't like a weirdo or anything like that. He didn't have any of these being surrounded by teenage girls like I would assume to see in an anime. An older male character be written. He was just wholesome. He wanted me to learn. He was cool.
I like really wish like I had a gym buddy like Machio.
Oh, honestly, yeah.
And then there's
we all
nothing funny
do.
when he rip his tracksuit. Like I want a guy that rips his tracksuit.
Oh my
god! He looks like a railroad spike. You know.
Yeah, he has been trained by fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Barnold
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And what was Jason Statham's fake name?
Like Jason Statham or something weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something weird.
You know, I didn't figure out that was Jason Statham, but I was like, oh, wait a second, that is Jason Statham.
So good.
So wait, just to go back to the Tachibana sensei, you said there were 3 of them?
Well, there was one in the winter, there was one in the spring, there's one here in the summer, obviously. I just don't know if there was one in the fall. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, 2019 was the year of sensei.
So if there's 3 Tachibana senseis, then that means that they form the
Tachibana
triangle.
Oh my god, no.
You know when small story for you, people that may not know me, I absolutely loathe the existence of citrus. Totally killed that genre of Yuri. I will never be able to recover from it. But I'm pretty sure that show aired in it time slot, like right in the next season. I'm pretty sure, and I remember trying to watch it as like maybe it's all not that bad in this genre. Maybe it did not help.
Lol.
It didn't help, and I'm sick to my stomach that I knew where you were going with it when you said that.
The funny thing is, as soon as this conversation started, I got a text from one of my friends talking about how he's going to the gym, and I was like, "Holy shit!" What? Like literally, as soon as we got on this topic, my friend texted me.
Nice.
I was like, "Damn, nice work, dude. Get it." Also, I think the show had the best OP and ED like combo probably the entire year.
Probably it's up there.
Especially like 2 nights ago, I literally was just like, it was one of those days where
pretty
like,
nice.
I'm just gonna listen to the OP like 4 times before going to bed, and I was just listening to it like, this is nice.
It's so up there. It's so up there with some of the best combos of that kind.
Yeah.
And it's a very different OP and ED too. Like, it's not ones that I usually like. It feels very different from a lot of the other ones. That's also probably why they stuck out so much.
Oh yeah. I remember when those hit Spotify too. That was the coolest day. That was like the summer season. Speaking of that, was like it seemed like that was the season where whoever was licensing this music and whatever to put it out there, I guess they were just getting it directly from Japan. Like that's when I started seeing OPs and EDs getting put up immediately to like be listened to American Spotify. You know, was actually with this summer season. And that's just such good music. This show's so good. We talked about 2 good shows in a row. How lucky are we? My goodness.
And then you're going to hit a little sick note there, a little afterwards.
So I'm curious, what did you watch this, Moz?
I did. It was fine. I don't feel too super strongly about it. I kind of think it was a show that it kind of, I wouldn't say it wore out its welcome, because it's not like I hated it at the end or anything, but I did kind of feel like when it ended, I'm just like, yeah, there wasn't really anywhere else for the show to go. It kind of made its point, said its jokes. I didn't really like the Russian character that they introduced. I wanted to,
Panic is gonna fight you over that.
really.
Yeah, Panic loves her.
She's hot.
She's hot, but I always find it to be like the lowest type of joke whenever they have a foreign character.
Russian.
They whenever you have a foreign character and then they communicate this by having them say random words in a different language. So just like out of nowhere, she'll just be like, "Privet," and it's like, I know someone who's Russian. He doesn't talk like that.
I was just waiting her to drop a suka biatch.
That would be okay. I'd be okay with that. But yeah. Anyway, I just thought it was a good show. Might be worth revisiting for all the workouts and stuff. I like it. I gave it a 7.
Oh, okay. I gave it I gave it an 8. I'm pretty sure.
That's not bad.
Yeah. I gave it a 7.5.
Yeah, same 7.5.
Yeah, that's fair. What was
Yeah, that's a 7 show.
So Maz? Who was your best girl then? If you didn't like the Russian girl, who was your favorite girl?
I didn't think about this.
Oh, you're asking him the hard-hitting questions.
Yeah. I guess it would be the teacher.
There you go. Look at you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a smart answer. I like that.
Thank you.
Meta.
The friend.
They're all friends.
The rich one.
Oh, Akemi. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. Her or Hibiki. I just both like. They also had the most screen time.
Yeah,
So.
Hibiki or like Ayaka was like, it's not Hibiki, sorry, Akemi and Ayaka, top 2.
Did you guys know that I'm pretty sure Hibiki's voice actress, that was her first role in anime?
Wow.
And she did a great job.
Yeah.
She did, and her singing was pretty fun too in the OP.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, first job, neat.
Sweet.
Must have worked in video games before, I think.
Oh yeah, but talking anime, I'm pretty sure that was her first one. She looks cool, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Like,
oh yeah, she looks
during the
pretty
show.
cool.
I'm pretty sure like she was doing like workout videos for YouTube like during the show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Which
nice.
That's
is
awesome.
actually awesome. Yeah, it's dope.
Sweet.
I just saw her picture on Mal. She looks pretty dope.
Pretty sure she's like Egyptian too. Like, oh, interesting.
Egyptian?
All right, well, now I need
Yeah.
to. All right.
All right,
Take a
next. Tejina-senpai. Anyone?
Nah,
I think I tried to
first
watch
episode.
the first. Yeah.
I finished it. Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
All right.
I kind of want to, just for the record, I don't want to dwell on this too long, but
Yeah, we're going quick. We
Yeah,
just got like 4.
I ain't gonna
big
say a damn
shows.
thing about it outside of I felt robbed. There's no show where I felt robbed because when the week before it got announced, I found a manga panel for it on Twitter. I was like, oh man, this actually looks nice, but I don't want to read manga. Man, I hope it gets an anime adaptation. A week later it does. And then I watched it and I said, man, I wish this hadn't gotten an anime adaptation. It was terrible, and the only interesting thing was the ending sounds an awful lot like the song Hikari no Willpower from Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22. And that was the only thing that I enjoyed at all. So it was a pretty shitty show, and I'm pretty sure I gave it like a 3. So there you go.
Cool.
thank you. Next up, this is my anime of the season.
Ooh.
Araburu, aka Maidens in Your Summer
Arab.
Season.
I think it was my
There are only
anime
like
as well.
there are like 4 shows more I just want to talk about mainly, and like this is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this was such a good show.
Oh, it was
Like, didn't
so
expect it to like just like become so fucking tense. I'm like, oh my god, people haven't put my girl as like, then they don't respect her that much.
Your
Which one?
girl?
You know, my girl. You know what I'm talking about? The main girl.
Oh, the main one. Okay.
No, the main girl.
Yeah.
Anina. The blonde one. The sexy one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nena. She is a great character. Like, her character is like, at the start, she is like a fully developed character, like finished all her arcs. right? Then her character like fucking degenerates and like her character develops, like underdevelops. She goes like a backwards transition. Then she develops again. It is so good.
I never thought about it that way, but that is good. That is kind of how it works.
CP, did you watch this?
To everyone's excitement, no.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I have nothing to say.
Cool.
OP is fucking good. The OP is so good. So energetic. So powerful.
I don't know if I remember it. I'll have to listen to it again. I think I remember it, but honestly, I've already kind of forgotten.
It is not like an anime song. It's like OP for the anime.
Oh, okay.
It is good. It is good. It is really nice. Like they do a little panel about like talking about love and everything. It is so good at the start of the song. Sonizaki is such a great character as well. Man, all the girls are great characters.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun to watch too. Like they're good
Kongo.
characters that are also entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
No, honestly, shockingly, don't have a whole lot to say about the show other than I really like it because I feel like a lot of my opinions I've either started to forget or have already made, and a lot of other people have already made. Because if you know what Araburu is, you already know kind of what we are thinking about it. Because a lot of people have the same thoughts, where it's like, you know, funny while at the same time serious, and there's tension, or at the same time, you know, like
Yeah.
you like certain
I
parts.
have
of it,
like a really, I just like, if I had my script with me right now, I would have like, there's a section I want to remember. Like, this show has such a good, like, just development of characters and how each character's development, like, affects the other character's development.
Yeah.
It is so nice. They're like, just, I like how they affect each other's life without even knowing about, like, they're going their own way, but they interact with each other. Just being in a little club.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have much to say myself because I've already kind of aired my opinions out a lot. The main thing is that what I like about Maidens is that it's a kind of show that I usually don't like. I usually don't care for melodramatic romances and all. Like kind of like another show that we'll talk about in a bit. But what I do like about Maidens is that it's actually funny. Like it's actually really just weird and ridiculous, and a lot of the things that happen are just absolutely absurd, and I like it for that. That's what drew me into it.
All right. Yeah, go watch Maz's video.
Yeah, plug in my channel like I always do.
Yeah. No, don't worry. That's why I did it, so you didn't have to.
Thank you. Anyway, I gave Maidens a low 9.
Same.
Same. The ending was a little light, you know?
Yeah.
It did feel like they, I don't know.
Kind of just
it
tried
felt
to
like
wrap
the
it
show.
up.
Yeah, like the show ended a little too easily. I kind of felt like it would get even crazier. And,
Fizzed out.
yeah. But it's like, I don't know. In a way, I guess I prefer having this sort of ending than, you know, a non-ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
You know, like when I found out that Mario Kada wrote it, I was like, of course this was Mario Kada. I can see her there in the show. Like her touch in the show. Not her as a cameo.
Yeah, she's like, there she is, she's in the back, and she like ducks behind a tree.
Yeah, funny enough, I didn't even watch this immediately because I saw that, oh, it's a Mario Kada thing. Not sure about that. I'll just wait to see what the opinions are. And usually whenever I do that, I end up not watching it at all. But then...
Oh, I binged like the whole summer season. I didn't like watch any of the shows as they're...
Oh, wow.
I binged almost everything.
Yeah.
That is like the best thing I'm doing. Like each season I stopped like watching shows. I just binge them now.
Yeah,
So satisfying.
I like watching them weekly. I at least like starting shows at the beginning just to keep up with the conversation.
Get
but,
touch and taste.
Because then also you get too far behind, and it's like, I don't know if it's worth my time to watch, like to try and catch up on this, or just watch another show that people
Right.
are still talking about from ages ago.
kind of like what
That
happened,
happened
with me
with,
in
like-
spring, where I only just a few weeks ago finished Kimetsu no Yaiba.
I still haven't started that, so you're okay.
I like for fall I started I watched the first episode of No Guns Life, right? And watched the second one next week. I was like, this show is interesting. But now I went like to binge watch it. I can't watch it. The show is so fucking boring.
I watched
God
one
damn
episode
it.
and I'm just like, I got better things. Like the new season has already started. I've only watched one episode. I'll just drop it.
Yeah. Same. So not worth my time.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next? Oh, Sounan Desuka. Did any of you guys watch this?
I watched like
First
the first
episode dropped.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mazoku
Too much gradients, too much bloom.
what? Yeah, it was just an okay show. I thought the first episode was probably
okay.
the best one.
I like the poster.
Glad I stopped there then.
Yeah, although the last episode's pretty funny. It's
Actually, wait a minute. I don't think I think I actually watched up to the OP and then stopped. I don't think I even made it through the first episode.
well,
I think I was like, I'll watch this later, and then never did.
yeah. I don't know. It was a show that I liked because of how absurd it was in the beginning, but it kind of like stopped eventually. It kind of just normalized itself, and I don't know. It was okay though. Just okay.
It's not necessarily that, like it was bad. Like I didn't mind watching like the whatever 3 minutes I watched, and then the OP started. I'm like, oh, the OP, and I was like, I don't feel like watching
I have
anime right
better
now.
things to
I'll
do.
watch. Yeah. Like I'm gonna go get some food or something. I'll watch this another time, and then just never got back around to it. So I don't know. And it's a short, so it's only 13 minutes. Go watch the first episode if you like it. Watch until you don't like it. That's that's on you. That's on you, Chief.
I'm just gonna kind of skip ahead just to cut
Yeah.
down on time.
Mhm.
Accelerator. Anyone see Accelerator?
Whoa,
Oh,
you're,
can I
you're,
talk
you're
about,
jumping past Takagi-san? Madman.
What is there to say about Takagi? It's the same show as the
It's
first
great.
season.
I want to talk about Kemonotachi.
I don't-
Okay, let's go to.
Necessarily need to talk about Takagi-san, but we have to give it. I just want to give it this. Like it's season. If you liked season 1, like even at all, watch season 2 because it's way better. Because it's shockingly so much better than season 1 because like season 1, like the first episode and the last episode of season 1, like the relationship between the two of them still feels very similar. Whereas like even like 2 episodes in, they like 2 or 3 episodes in, they feel much further than they got all of season 1 to be closer like a couple or something. But it's a lot of fun. I had Nix and Smurf to talk about it with every week, so that was fun. I had a couple people in the Discord where I was like, "Yo, did you see the episode?" And they're like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Oh my god!" And that was essentially the whole conversation because there's not a lot to say about the show, but it's so fun and pure, and just go watch it.
I liked season.
And it's on
1,
Netflix
I
now.
didn't like season 2.
Well, I don't like you, Maz.
That makes me sad now. I didn't like season 2 was good.
I think season 2 I gave like an 8 or a 9. It was like a high 8. I loved it.
I gave it.
It had
4.
Mangaki in it, didn't it? Or something, some shit like that.
I don't.
It had, like,
What do
a
you?
scene or something?
What?
Like Mom Takagi.
Yes.
Like
yes.
1
Oh,
second.
Yeah, there was
Oh,
one
man.
frame where it was her
Forehead.
looking at an old picture.
That's one great second, probably.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's like reminiscing. She's looking at an old photo that they took during that episode that had played, and I was like, "Oh, a time skip," and then we didn't get a time skip. So fingers crossed for season 3.
All right. The Abandoned Sacred Beasts.
Yeah. So I guess nobody else watched the show or like
Nope.
give it a try. Okay. I also dropped the show. Just saying because I just want to say the concept of the show is really interesting. Just want to say that because it is a story about like an army veteran who like a war veteran, like the leader of a particular special squadron who like were scientifically experiment and gave power of different mythical beasts, right? And like each episode is like this what do you call it, like emotional like ride of like him going to like finding his old like comrades his like squadron mates like who were also turned into beasts, but after the war ended they still have their power but they're losing their minds because of the PTSD.
Yeah.
Right, and he like goes from town to town hunting down his like old friends, like it is just like you see him interacting with them in like flashbacks, and then he like has to kill them, right? Like the struggle he goes through, he knows how they work because It's not kind of like, I oversmarted you. No, he knows them because he has fought alongside them and he knows how they are and how they everything they do. It's really like just sad to watch the show. It's kind of like watching your dog being put down.
Oh,
Man, Jesus.
Wow.
It is sad. Like it made me feel pathetic. That's why I couldn't watch it. Like that is the only reason.
Well, that is
Oh,
sad.
also the girl in the cover with the gun. Yeah, she's fucking annoying. That's another reason. Yeah, that. The main character is pretty good. Yeah, it kind of reminded me of Golden Kamuy. Same vibes.
oh, I love Kamui. So actually, well, no, I don't have time to watch this. Kamui, watch Kamui.
Yeah, read Kamui, watch Kamui. Anyway, it's good.
Nice.
All right, what do we got next?
Next up is Accelerator.
Didn't watch it.
Nope.
Okay.
Didn't watch it.
Cool.
Lord
Haven't seen
El-Melloi.
Dora.
Didn't watch it.
Awesome.
Didn't watch it.
Joshikousei.
I watched
Anime of the season, baby.
Oh my god,
Ooh, nice.
I didn't watch this. I don't even really know what it is.
It's just a sort of show with a bunch of
It's basically day life of high school boys, but
except girls.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did hear about. Okay, yeah.
It's literally called Wasteful Days of High School Girls.
It has the best OP.
Fuck yes.
that OP is great.
has the
That OP is
fucking
fantastic.
Man, such a fucking creative and
Oh
catchy
my
song.
god. The,
Vamun
not
Dasai.
enough people talked
What
about.
the?
Not
Yeah,
enough
I
people
gotta
talked
pull-
about this OP, man. It's
I
so
think this is like my
fucking
top
good.
six. Top 6 of the year. It was so good.
Go ahead and pull this up real quick.
Vamun does cry.
Da 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 Vamun Dasai.
Yep.
JK.
I will say the thing about Joshikousei is that it's another show that has a pretty big gap in quality for me, where it really depends on which character each sort of skit is going to focus on.
Oh, absolutely.
I hate the main character. I hate Baka a lot.
Yelvota. Oh,
She-
sorry, Baka.
Yes, she's terrible. I just couldn't stand her. She's just annoying.
She is the George Costanza, you know.
I think George
Why are
Costanza is
you
kind of
daring,
likable
Jerry?
though.
Jerry, you're
Yeah.
not gonna believe this.
But at the same time,
Guess what?
a lot of the
Look at this
side
dumb idiot.
at the same time though, a lot of the side characters are great. I love the Chewy.
Yeah.
I love I
yeah.
love Lolly.
Oh, Chewie's awesome.
She's my favorite character.
Bota's my favorite.
Woto's good. I also really like the weird goth witchcraft girl. She was
Moto.
definitely she was waifu material for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's that one episode, I can't really go into detail because there's so much detail to it that it would take forever to explain. But the episode with the mystery and the pool was like the funniest episode of like anything this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
is
good.
a solid OP. I'm watching it right now.
It's so good, dude.
It's good.
It's so good.
Honestly,
Very
this OP
magical.
might get me to watch the first episode.
Man, like this use of stop motion, like photo style and animation, much easier than doing the actual jump photo and making a music video out of it. Like because you just draw the characters.
I also just realized I wasn't holding my mic up to my mouth when I said any of that.
That's
last
fine, I heard
sentence.
you.
You heard it. Great show, really funny, and like best show of the season for me.
Yeah,
Just
I'll keep
behind
it a little bit then.
Arifureta.
It was ironic to me that I was able to sit down and watch this anime because for one, obviously I have my problems with its studio.
Passione, yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah.
These guys.
And it, I'll leave it at I didn't really like Lily very much.
Which one was
Um,
Lily?
The like kind of like a
Lolly?
Gyaru, almost the very
Oh,
she was
Gyaru
very,
one.
She was
The
very
lesbian one.
fashionista. But yeah, okay.
Okay, I
Um,
understand why you have issues with the studio. I was like, what studio is this? And then I
Yeah,
looked
yeah,
at what
Citrus.
they've made.
I wasn't
Citrus,
a big fan of
Rail Wars.
her character arc. But that being
The
said,
Ecchi studio.
it did not ruin the show for me. I found it to be very funny at times. The one that I found to be the funniest part of it was the one where the one of the three main characters, she goes to the like almost like that comic type of thing, and
Yeah.
she to listen to the
Oh,
the musician, and it turns out to be the teacher. That was funny as hell.
Yeah.
You know, the show nailed it out of the park with comedy sometimes. You know, really it did. And its OP, like we said, fantastic. My favorite character actually was Lolly, which she reminded me an awful lot of Taiga from Toradora a bit, just a little bit nicer, you know. But
Taiga doesn't cry that often.
No, she's a lot softer than Taiga. But you know, I loved her. She was such a joy to watch, and of course the Chuni girl as well. The show, like I said, very funny. Didn't a lot of stuff hit and a lot of stuff missed with me, but I never regret watching it. And I feel like if you enjoy comedy at all, especially if you like mainly female casts, this is like a place to not go wrong with.
Yeah,
Alright,
you enjoyed
check it
Hina
out.
Matsuri, Daily Life for High School Boys, and stuff like that. You will definitely enjoy this one. It's really great.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
What'd you guys give
Yeah.
it? What score did you guys give it?
I gave it a decent to strong 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I did as well. That was what I gave it as well.
Oh, well, I was the one who gave it a strong 8.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I enjoy my comedies a lot. And like I sent like a lot of screenshots to my friends. Like there's one with Vota saying, they asked Robo, like, what did you do the weekend? She was like, I slept on Friday and then woke up. It was Monday. I sent message like, yeah, this you.
It's very good.
The main dynamic of the dynamic of the main trio is very much like the trio in Nichijou.
Yeah.
Still need to watch that too.
Not as good though, in my opinion. Not nearly as good. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's fun.
Next
The
up.
part where sorry.
Oh yeah. Next up, Given.
Didn't watch it.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
I did not watch it either, but I kind of have an interest in visiting it at some point.
It's
Good romance. Mature.
This is what I meant earlier when I said that I'm not a fan of melodramatic romances, slow ones. But it is funny. Like just overall, I ain't like Given. I just didn't enjoy watching it. But if I really explained it, it would kind of sound like I'm complimenting the show a lot, because there are lots of things that I actually like.
Go on.
Like I didn't enjoy the show, but it's like I respect what it was doing. I feel like it actually had a really earned romance. If that makes sense. Like, like the two.
Yeah, it just wasn't for you.
Yeah.
Yes. Go on.
The two main characters,
Mafuyu.
Mafuyu and
Uenoyama.
They become drawn to each other. They form an emotional bond to each other pretty slowly, and I feel like it was actually just well written overall. Didn't really have a problem with it. The music performance in episode 7 or 8 was
9.
Episode 9, wow. That was really good. Definitely my favorite part of the whole show.
The song is pretty good. I have it in my Spotify playlist.
Oh, is it on Spotify?
Yeah, it is. It's called Fuyu no Hanashi. Fuyu no Hanashi is a winter story. Pretty good song.
Cool. I'll look that up, because yeah, it's not bad.
I know I had one of my like IRL friends really liked this show. So if you're into like, these kinds of shows, you'll probably like it. If you're not into these kinds of shows, yeah, probably won't. But you might as well.
It felt
give it a
like
try.
watching a K-drama.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The other
That's what I
thing-
thought of it when I saw it. When I first saw it, I was like, "This looks like something that would be like on an Asian drama website."
And another sort of goofy thing I liked about Given is that I like that it was not just a a gay romance and all, but it was actually kind of explicit. They were open to about the characters fucking, and I
banging
appreciate
it?
Oh
that.
yeah,
Nice.
the main
Oh, wow.
guy, the blonde guy. Yeah, he fucks. He's
They
hot.
fuck.
Damn. Yeah.
My goodness, this is
Good for them.
No, that guy's character design is so fucking hot. I'm telling you, but he's hot.
Okay, yeah.
Like there's a list of people. Like I can appreciate a good man muscles, like and everything. Like him, Henry Cavill, they are hot. I'm saying hot a lot. I should
Watch
stop.
The Witcher.
Fire.
Yes.
But I will say, like, my one genuine complaint about Given is that it did have a pretty slow start. Wasn't all that great at the
Sodra?
beginning.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's pretty
yeah,
slow at
Sodra.
start.
Shout out to Sodra. Slow start. 10 out of 10. Best anime. But yeah, and I even kind of confirmed this with the others on the podcast when we talked about this in the summer episodes. That, like, it wasn't necessarily that we were wrong about the show being bad in the beginning. It's just that it got better over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So what do you think, Meta, about Given?
Pretty awesome show. Loved it. Had fun watching it. Didn't get emotional, but felt emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Like Studio Lurch. Pretty good show.
Oh yeah, I forgot this was Lurch. Since when does Lurch do two shows at once?
And apparently make them both good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
both pretty melodramatic.
What a season for them. But yeah. What did you give it, Meta?
7.7, high 7 basically.
Okay. I'd give it like a mid 5. I'd say for me and my taste this was about average, but I can definitely see why people would be into it. Let's put it this way. If there's a testament I can say for this is that, like, even if my score seems low, I usually wouldn't finish this kind of show at all.
Yeah.
So it was good enough that I was able to stick with it.
You know, the thing, like, what added to the, like, appreciation of the show more was that, like, right after finishing it, I watched Dokyusei, and that is a good shonen ai. That is really good. Like, it's not really long. It's like under an hour. It's almost a short film. Go watch Dokyusei. Like,
The 2016
my score, I believe.
movie?
Yeah.
I
It was
see.
my. That is explicit. They fuck.
Oh,
And they
yeah.
suck a lot. They suck.
I haven't
CP
really
got
heard
real
about this.
excited.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't read the manga. The manga, they show it going inside. I'm like, ooh,
Oh,
wow.
nice.
Pictured CP in his chair, just leans back and goes, "Woo!" Just like looking at these screenshots.
Yeah, no, like it had like I gave it a like low 7 at start, but like after watching Doku, so I got like a more appreciation of how like shonen ai is presented and how this show handled it, similar to show like Dokusei, which raised its score to a high 7. Still a 7 though. Pretty good show. If you like romance, you're gonna enjoy it.
Nice. And then we have Machikado Mazoku. Did you guys watch this?
Nope.
Nope.
No, I did not.
Oh.
Just a little thing about Bem. Good jazz music. Didn't like the show. Show was out of shit. OST is pretty dope. Please
Well,
go on.
Shit. Once again, I'm the only person. See, this is a show that people liked, and then I didn't like it. And this time it was just because, like, I just didn't think it was all that funny.
Machikado Mazoku?
Yes.
Mazoku?
Yes.
Looked like I liked the animation of the first episode. It was nice.
Character
Other than that-
designs, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, great.
Shamiko, 10 out of 10, hottest girl of the season. I did think it was funny how JC Staff is like the studio that everyone hates now because the big shows that they have, like One Punch Man, Shokugeki, etc. The
They just butcher it.
Railed X. They're all they butcher those adaptations, but then at like the bottom of the chart they have a show that looks really good. And in this case, it's Machikado.
They did a great animation job with DanMachi as well. DanMachi had fucking fantastic animation.
I'd believe you because season 1 looked good.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It didn't even feel like JC Staff. So good it wasn't JC Staff.
Yeah, anyway, I just didn't think Machikado was that funny, but people like it. It's probably a decent moe show. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's a
Moe.
That's it for me. I had a longer rant in the summer retrospective, so check that out instead. Aside from that,
After watching this whole video, obviously.
Yes.
You need to watch time.
Yeah.
Yep, there's a whole nother section. So that's about it, unless you guys have another show you want to add.
Fairy Tail finally ended. That's all I need to say.
That garbage.
It was finally over. That was the final core of the last season, and I'm finally done with it. I can move on.
After reading the manga, I just dropped the anime. I was like, I can't watch this garbage.
I mean, understandably so. I had to finish it to get it, just
out of the system.
The last episode was kind of nice. It was very like at least for me, it felt nostalgic because
the background music
shows I watched. Yeah, it was like one of the first shows I watched, and like the first OP played at like right at the very end, and I was like,
oh
damn. I was like, I'm gonna miss this show, and then I was like, no, I'm not. So
Good riddance.
yeah,
finally over.
the rose-colored goggles.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally what it was. I was like, oh, it's gone, and I was like, why am I sad? I wanted this to end so long ago. So yeah, that was exciting.
I have a quick show to tell you about that's actually here, obviously, because it's summer, and we're talking about the summer.
Yeah, same for good.
I'm going to be really quick about it, because I only watched about 4 episodes of it. Or 3 or 4. It's near the bottom of the list, if you guys want to take a look at it. It's
okay.
Mentai Pirikarako-chan.
What?
So I watched...
Oh, okay, I see it.
I watched about 3
Left,
or
yeah.
4 episodes, and they're only a couple minutes long.
Yeah, 4-minute episodes.
It was incredibly trippy. It was
Oh yeah.
It looked like I was... well, I was going to say, it looks like I was watching something made for little kids. And then I realized, I'm pretty sure I was watching something that was made for little kids.
Even though if you just swap out the H and the M, you'll just get Makata Hentai.
Oh,
What?
I watched it, and it was just... The first episode involves, like, this character. You see she's got, like, this thing on her head. She just grabbed it and started spraying red goop all over the town.
It looks like a
all-
kidney.
Yeah, it was weird. The next
I thought it was strawberry.
I to tell you the truth, I have no idea. It was. Then there was an episode with like 2 like ramen shops that were arguing of who had the better like version of ramen, and like their logos came to life, and they were like
Oh my
one-sans and bowls of ramen, and they were arguing with one another, and it was just so bizarre. And I wanted to watch a weird short because 2019 had a lot of weird shorts. So I wanted to watch one in the summer, and 3 minutes was enough, like, if it would have been any longer, it would have felt like I was being tortured. So I tried not to watch any more after the first 4 episodes, because I kind of started to feel ill trying to watch the show. Its pastel colors were bizarre.
Short anime are pretty fucking fun. Like, I think nothing can top, like, nothing can top, like, Please Take My Brother Away. That is like the peak of short anime. If you haven't seen like Please Don't Take My Brother Away, that is really good. A really good show. Really unique.
I had never heard of it, so.
Oh, Anini Skuretai. Please Take My Brother Away. Fucking awesome show.
I didn't
Love
bring this
it.
up earlier when we talked about Joshikousei, but I'd like to bring up the Joshikousei that aired in the spring.
Joshikousei.
Which was Kousei,
Yeah.
which is also like a 3-minute long show. And I just want to throw out there that I gave that a 1.
What?
Because
With the twist ending.
Yeah, because of the twist ending. They lied to me, and I don't appreciate being lied to.
No, the
What,
twist ending was so
Joshikousei?
good. That was the one where they didn't talk.
Which one?
It was like 3 minutes long, and they didn't say a word. It was these 3 high school girls. The first episode had like the one girl with her like huge thighs, and that made everyone that I knew want to go watch it, and then they hated it. It really sucked.
What are you talking about? Which one?
In the spring, there was an anime that was called Joshikousei, and it was a silent anime for the most part until the twist ending. And I gave it a 1.
The twist ending was so good. I was like, oh, I was losing it. I was like,
Dude,
you did the thing.
I felt
I
betrayed.
haven't seen. I dropped it. Should I go and watch the last episode?
It's a
No.
if you're on the last, just go watch the last episode. Just watch the last second of the last episode, and you'll go, huh.
It was such a betrayal of my trust that I hated it. But yeah, I watched the Pirikarako-chan, and I just want to say, because the second core is aired, even though we're not talking about leftovers, I absolutely loved the second chorus of Fruits Basket and Carole Tuesday. I know
Fruits
Carole
Basket
Tuesday
is fucking awesome.
I know Carole Tuesday's second chorus gets a little bit of a rap, but I thought it was still as good as the first half. That show has amazing music. And like I said, it made me cry at the end. And Fruits Basket's so cool. I can't wait to watch more of it.
Yeah, I'm also waiting. Fruits Basket was fucking awesome. Didn't expect it to be that. Fruits Basket has an awesome opening song. I don't care about the visuals. The song is so emotional. I just sing it sometimes and start crying to myself.
I loved its ending and its openings. They were so good.
It's a type of song that I'm not into because it's really slow. But that singer she's so good.
They're so gentle about it, like something really homely, like mom singing a lullaby to me.
Really great voice. I don't like the song, but I really appreciate the way she sings.
It was fitting for a minute and a half of Toru, you know.
Yeah. Oof. Kimetsu no Yaiba was good. Yeah, that was fire.
Oh yeah, I had that fight in summer.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Episode 19, baby.
Are we going to talk about Promare, or should we just mention it briefly because we're running on like 2 hours now?
God.
No, okay.
Please don't spoil it for me.
Just watch it. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it.
The Bunny Girl movie. There you go.
Oh, I didn't watch that either, but
I have to watch it. I have it back.
yeah.
You guys got Promare, and we got Weathering with You here first. So
I just saw that yesterday. That was also really good, and that technically came out. That came out in Japan in the summer, so we can also talk about that if we.
Yeah, it came out for me in summer as well. I can talk about Weathering with You if you want to.
No,
I'm tired. I want to go to bed, so I want to end the podcast.
Go to bed. What time? Isn't it like 3:00 there?
Yes, I'm nocturnal.
So am I.
Guys, it is 3. It is also 3 for me, but 3 a.m. So I'm not complaining, huh?
Okay.
But, hold on a second, though. Wait, I don't mean to keep this running any longer than it has to, but like, Maz, I gotta know.
What?
How did you enjoy the parts of Pokemon Sun and Moon that aired in the summer 2019?
Well, it's funny you say that. I haven't seen them yet because I've only seen the first 50 episodes. So I'm 2 years behind on the best anime of all time.
Spoiler, I think Ash wins.
Oh,
it's just
no.
Better Fire Force.
No, I'm pretty sure that happens in fall, so we can't talk about it. Rip.
Oh. We're all gonna go to jail now because he brought it up.
Uh-huh.
Bet, take me away.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
So I guess
this was a
here.
freaking long section.
It always is when I'm here. It's never short.
Thank you, everyone who might have listened to this whole thing or some of it or whatever. If you think we suck and should go fuck ourselves, that's okay too. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Vancer, MetaHulk,
Yeah.
CP for being on here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Too true.
Did you say bossum?
Yeah, yes, that's exactly what I said.
Boss and
Boss.
Can I choke someone over internet?
Bring back like 2010 lingo, bossum.
Dude. Oh.
That's
Dude.
a bomb.com.
Like a boss.
Oh.
Good
Bye.
night, everybody.
Good at it.
Night night.
Wait, hold on, excuse me, Mr. Fennecken, what and who the fuck is Romeo, and what is with the weird dog pictures, and why was the section called the Romeo Rodeo? None of this was explained in any way.
Well, text-to-speech program, let me tell you. So after we stopped recording, we actually stayed on call for like 5 hours or something, despite me saying that I wanted to go to bed. Yeah, we just talked, you know. And Prime, formerly known as CP, has a weird picture of his dog, Romeo, that he posts a lot. He sort of forced it to become a meme for all of us because the weirdness of Romeo's face is just something to behold, I guess. And there are many variations of the image, so we chose our favorites and used them for our icons in this episode. And because of that, you know, I decided to call us the Romeo Rodeo. That's us. And unfortunately, with the incredible amount of time in between the recording and release of this episode, the Romeo Rodeo has become a tribute. Just a week ago, I believe on December 4th, Romeo was put down. Prime says he got him in December 2008, so he was pretty old. And he'll live even longer as this weird, unique meme that we know and love him as. So, rest in peace, Romeo. And thus concludes the Romeo Rodeo. I don't know how this is going to segue or transition, but the fall 2019 review is coming up next.
Hey everyone! Our anime podcast is live and welcome to yet another edition to Year in Review series where we briefly go over all notable anime of each particular season in 2019. And this time we're talking about fall season. I'm Kaverick, your host today, and today are joining me Dr. Whoops.
Hello.
Irvam.
Hey.
And Relan.
Hello.
Alright. So fall season has been great, I would say, and there were many really good and even great shows out there. And one of them is going to be the first that we're going to talk about, Beastars. It's been probably the most anticipated anime of the fall season, I would say. Especially by those who were reading the manga, they were just hyping it up so much. And I would say it even exceeded my expectations. It was really bloody good.
Yeah, I
think the other part of the hype was that the last thing that Studio Orange made was Hoseki no Kuni, so everyone was just excited to see their next thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to pick it up initially, but due to the hype after the first few episodes, I was like, maybe I should check this out. And now it's one of my top 5, top 3, maybe even anime of the year. So,
yeah.
It's.
What would you say were the most, the strongest parts of the series?
I think thematically, it's really one of a kind, where you have
themes
the dynamic between the themes of romantic attraction and instinctive attraction and physical attraction and stuff like that, and combine into that another layer of the societal carnivore herbivore things, and it gets really intricate and interesting thematically.
I would actually love to talk about that because I was a little bit confused on that myself. I agree that the themes are probably the strongest thing about it, but I couldn't quite figure out what the metaphor was supposed to be exactly, whether it was supposed to be like a racial tensions thing or like a male versus female thing, or...
I think it's a lot of different things sort of mixed into each other. That's my read, at least. It's just generally commenting on struggles with understanding your own emotions and some illusions. I think you could read it as being about things like sexuality, where it's like the Lugosi, the carnivore, struggling to understand his feelings for herbivore might be an allusion to LGBTQ or something like that. There's a lot you can unpack and interpret in different ways. I think it's just a general commentary on feelings and understanding them and coping with yourself and your own emotions. If we're being very broad, but I think it digs a very intricate sort of tunnel within that, with the whole herbivore carnivore thing and the instinct versus attraction, and I think it's very much its own thing, even if it does sort of imply that it's related to real life things people might struggle with, which I think that it does an amazing job at that.
I think the obvious comparison when people see it is to compare it to the Western animation, right? The Zootopia. because at least superficially is a CG anime with animal characters living in a real, like, modern-ish world, and then it's a somewhat of a metaphor for, I think in Zootopia's case, racial tensions mostly. But I think Beastars goes a lot, probably deeper, but also in a lot of different directions that it doesn't.
Yeah, and it blends them together brilliantly. I mean,
it does, yeah.
The way it sort of finds this crossover point between the what I said, the attraction issues and the racial issues, or like the herbivore carnivore thing, with like just the situation alone of Lugosi, like a carnivore being attracted to Haru, a herbivore, in itself has a lot to explore. But then it goes even broader onto that with the whole Haru feeling like she has to have the victim role, and she has instincts of like fight or flight things, stuff like that. And so in itself, I think it's an interesting subject, but it really digs deep into it. And also with Louis, the deer, with his whole thing, like he's sort of a complex about being a herbivore and being seen as weak, which I think is also a bit of an allusion to racial things, or just in general feelings of fighting against being seen as lesser and stuff like that, which is
not being born with privilege in the same way.
Yeah, and in the way it happens in Beastars is specific to the world, but it's definitely very easy to see that there's real life things that have similar play out in similar ways or have similar motivations behind them.
Definitely. And one thing I think I enjoyed the most was definitely just the characters themselves, because I think as vehicles to explore these themes, they were just incredibly well done. Like, Legoshi was someone that completely caught me off guard in terms of how deep he ended up becoming to be throughout the show, and how he was trying to tackle those different feelings in terms of his instinct and romantic feelings and stuff like that. Because it starts off, it seems one thing, but then as the show goes on, kind of his introspection really starts to paint this picture that the themes can go wild with, and both that and then Louis as well himself being almost a counterpoint to Legoshi in that respect, I think really enabled those themes to really play out well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Legacy is
out
actually
there that have good themes but can't convey them well.
Yep. Legacy is actually my favorite character of the year by far. Just how intricate his feelings are, and how interesting they are just portrayed, these feelings. Great direction, amazing direction.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and it's not just the the role of the characters in the thematic narrative, but also just in terms of personality and the way they have dialogue with each other and stuff like that. Feels really fleshed out and well characterized. It's not just that they play these very well thought out roles in the narrative, but also just that as characters or as people, well, not people, but they feel fleshed out and well characterized and real in a way.
I think it's actually hard to come up with a character in the show that's like an anime stereotype, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And then even when it does feel like the character dynamics are sort of starting to get figured out, like between Legoshi and Louis or Legoshi and Haru, then it throws in different characters again, like what's her face, Juno, who brings out a whole different thing in Legoshi that wasn't there before, and a whole different conflict of, why is he not feeling anything with her when he is with Haru? So is it more than just physical
things for Louis as well?
Yeah. Exactly, and I think the series just keeps pushing forward and forward and forward more throughout the series. Whenever you think it's like, okay, it's reached the climax, and it goes one step further and one step deeper into that narrative. And within 12 episodes, that's quite incredible.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I would also say that the whole anime makes it seem very effortless, how everything is presented to you, and this like very thick and heavy social commentary. It's never really the front of the show. It just kind of comes together with the setting, and it's never like super in your face. So
yeah, it doesn't feel like it's pushing an agenda or anything. It's telling a narrative.
Yeah, it just comes very naturally, and it's definitely
it just feels like something that even if we weren't taking a look at this world, it would have happened anyway. Like we just happened to be given like this vista into what was happening.
Yeah, and it's just a sign of really ingenious writing. So I'm just really excited for the next season, and it's really tempting to pick up the manga, but I think I'm going to just try to brace myself and await this second season whenever it comes.
And what did you guys think about the production side of things?
I was about to say, it's really a testament to the fact that CG anime can work just as well, if not better, than traditional animation if done well. It's just that most series don't do it well. Most series opt for CG, not because it suits their needs, but because maybe it's something they want to try out or something. But it's if there's really passion behind it, which we've seen with Hoseki no Kuni and now with Beastars, I think the whole CG meme is starting to die out now that shows like these are being released.
Well, it's going to depend on other studios doing similar things, because if it's still only orange, then bad CG is going to stick around.
I mean, you have you see like in anime EDs and stuff like that, like Precure. That's also some amazing CG, and they've been doing it for several years. So it's always.
See, I'm not sure I'm entirely convinced on Precure's CG yet, but.
I mean, maybe not for an entire series, but it is a step above what people expect from anime CG and what they associate with it.
Yeah. Usually CGI in anime is used to cut costs, or when you just do not really have time to put in a
I've been told
frame.
It doesn't necessarily cost less, but the issue is that it's things that you can't animate otherwise, like a huge crowd or like a horse, and you don't have a horse animator lying around. You just have to go with CG.
Yeah, that's fair. So, and it's just really nice that Orange Studio proved once again that the CGI animation could be as good, if not better, as the traditional one.
I was worried coming into this because I was thinking, okay, Orange did a great job in Hoseki, right? But Hoseki, all the characters are roughly the same model with different hair. And, like, are they going to be able to do animal fur and, like, stuff that seems a step above in terms of difficulty? And exactly, like, they didn't do, like Monsters Incorporated like, fur level CG, but they made it work and they made it look not awful, which is what I was worried about.
Yeah.
And it's not just that it's CG, it's also just a really well-directed series, as we said. And there's also moments with traditional animation that look amazing. There are very few, but it's
the
like
part
at
with
the start of
running.
Right, at the start of one of the episodes, there's an amazing traditionally animated sequence as well. And it shows that there's more in this show than just like, oh, we're doing CG because it's lazy or because it's easy, because there's so much work put into it. And they also show like, hey, if we do traditional animation, we also put some effort into it.
Or if we do stop motion animation, as in the OP.
In the OP, exactly. It just, the whole series just breeds like a high concept, high effort visually, and also like the world building in the writing is also like meticulously thought out.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Beastars, high recommendation. If you haven't watched for whatever reason, just drop everything, and just go and watch it.
Yeah. And like,
here's a challenge. If you had to come up with something that people wouldn't like about Beastars, or the type of person that wouldn't enjoy the show, what would you say?
I mean, I think if there's always going to be those people you're like, oh, it's a furry thing, and just be prejudiced from the start. But I think if you're open to it and don't see it as like a furry weird show, but just as a show where there's animal characters and it uses that to explore a narrative, then it shouldn't be an issue. So don't feel like, oh, this is a pandering furry thing or anything like that, which is, I think, the biggest issue people might have with it going into it, just based on expectations. But as for the series itself, I think it's something that most people can get into because it's such a well-told narrative.
Yeah. In fact, that's one thing I think we'll end up seeing as well, seeing as it's going to come out on Netflix at some point. Because it will have that wider reach, we'll be able to see like how people react to it. And it's one thing that I'm definitely going to tell a lot of my friends who don't normally watch anime to check out, because so far, thinking about it, I don't even think there's too much that could be taken away, apart from, as Whip said, the furry angle of people who like think about it like that. Like if you just go in with an open mind, like it's one of those shows that can just sweep you away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's also
so popular considering like it's not even out legally. I can't imagine what it's going to be like when it's actually on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with the popularity as well, I mean, there's other popular series this year, like Kimetsu no Yaiba or whatever, but they all kind of have this slight backlash or dislike from not insignificant groups in the Reddit community or other communities. But for Beastars, I haven't really seen that. I haven't really seen like a Beastars haters or anything. I think it's very accessible and wildly. It's just that good that you can always find something to appreciate in it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
There will be always some haters around.
Yeah, of course, but not to the degree that it is with other popular series.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Speaking of other really popular series with a very active fandom, next on chopping block is Vinland Saga. And
did Summer talk about Vinland Saga at all? Or
they did, I think, but yeah, we're going to focus more on the second core. And in the second core, I would say Vinland Saga stepped up its game, and after rather mild and slow burned first core, which tried to set up characters, things, the scene, the second one just went all in. It's been just straight up fire.
It honestly took me by surprise. Like I went in not knowing anything about the show, so while the first core was pretty decent, it did feel a bit slow at times and I guess slightly dragging at parts. But that second core just I don't know. It just each episode kept building. I feel, especially with some of the characters like Askeladd and Canute and stuff. Just everything just kept on building and building, and by the end of it, I was like, "Where's the manga?"
Yeah, and I think in the first half, it's mostly about Thorfinn and how he's adapting to his new situation, or rather, poorly adapting to it. But and in the second half, really, the world opens up where these characters like Canute and Askeladd are more than just what they mean for Thorfinn, but also get fleshed out in their own, and then even more fleshed out in the world around them and the politics and whatnot, which is something that is very different from the first core. In the first core, it's very much like, what is Thorfinn thinking about? What is Thorfinn gonna do? And in the second core, it goes much more to a world stage, like what's happening with King Swine and what's happening with his royal like heritage and who's following him and disputed territories and whatnot.
Right. Should we do a show of hands who has read the manga here?
I have not.
No, I did not. I was once again really excited to watch it because it's been a very big title in the manga world with a huge fandom, huge fan base, very acclaimed, very popular, and there's always some kind of stigma because who knows if it's going to meet your expectations or not, but Vinland Saga has just been so good. It really took me by surprise. And overall, it just shows that the author was, with this first arc, was just going for the long game. So
for sure.
There was this necessity to set up things. And it just pays off already. So I cannot wait what else is going to be shown to us.
Yeah, this show kind of put me in my place because I was looking at the season, I was looking at Vinland Saga, and I was like, oh, it's like a hype historical action adventure manga. So I was sort of looking at it and I was thinking, oh, this is like Attack on Titan type of thing, and I almost didn't pick it up based on that, just because it's not my type of thing. But I watched the first 3 episodes and I was like, wow, this is amazing. And yeah, so that sort of told me like, okay, maybe don't be too quick to judge, even if it's a popular popular thing. Because I can be a bit apprehensive when it's like, oh, this is a very popular thing, so it's probably something with a broad appeal.
I understand. Like anything that's an adaptation, even if it's not popular, there's always going to be a small vocal fan base that's going to tell you it's going to be the greatest thing ever. It almost never.
Yeah,
and it rarely is, exactly. So I was just sort of expecting another one of those, but I'm glad I picked it up.
I think I'm the only one then that had read it first. I read Vinland Saga to where it was out at the time. And then I read Planetes, which is the other thing that the author's written.
Yep.
And I love it. But
Planetes
Vinland's
is incredible.
Amazing. And I was really looking forward to this.
Yeah. Overall, Vinland Saga just really impressed me. And as Wolves has said, it's mostly not only a very epic grand adventure with Vikings just conquering country after country with pirates, pillaging village after village. It's also a very potent character drama, which I didn't really expect from it. And
that's the secret strength of Vinland Saga, I think.
Yeah, and how Ashela just fleshed out to be so meticulously impressive and just detailed character. It just really showcases, yes, once again, how well planned and how just well studied this anime is, and how it's based on history as well, because I was like checking some random facts, and apparently Wikipedia confirms many things that would happen in the Vinland Saga. It was pretty incredible to me.
Yeah, I think it's also about the characters where like individually a character like Thorfinn is not the most interesting, I'd say. He has very much his one thing, which is like, I want revenge, and I'm too blind to see that that's stupid. But when his relationship with a character like Esselot, where it's like a weird almost like a father son,
mentor kind of thing.
It's a very strange but very particular and interesting dynamic, and the show does a good job of exploring it, but never going too explicit about what the nature of their relationship is. And
it was either the last or second to last episode where I was just struck by how well that relationship works. Like you don't, but like it's definitely not as straightforward as Thorfinn wants to think it is.
Right, throughout the series, you sort of see that for Esselad, there's a lot more going on in that relationship than there is for Thorfinn, because for Thorfinn it's just mostly like, I'm with you because I want to kill you, basically, and I want to.
Well, I don't even mean from Ashlad's side of things. I mean Thorfinn doesn't realize.
Yeah, he doesn't realize that there's more to it. But Ashland, you notice that he realizes there's more to it, but you never get to see that too explicitly. There's always still a layer in front of there where you're like, how does Ashland feel about these things? And you have a broad idea, but you never go too in depth. Even by the end of the series, you don't know exactly how Ashland feels towards Thorfinn. If it's like, if there's any compassion there, and if so, how much, and if he considers himself a father figure or anything like that, if he feels responsibility over him, things like that. You always get a glimpse of that, but you never get it explicitly, and that's really interesting.
Yep. And that's what makes it even more charming and interesting overall. And the final episodes were just so insane. Like the very final episode really just blew me apart, really. And I'm really curious where it goes next and how.
I'm really excited for the next season.
Yep.
I think the next season is when you realize that the author only wrote about a action adventure setting because he needed an action adventure setting to tell the story he wanted to tell. And in the first place. And that's what I love about it.
Yeah, and I just hope that with Studio do not explode by then and continue to pump up good things. Yep. And this high quality content. Yeah. Vinland Saga has been on par with Beastars for me, actually, in terms of how much I enjoyed it. And it's really tough to pick a favorite between them. But
I think
just highlights how great both works were.
Yeah, both are excellent. I do think I prefer Beastar slightly, just because I think it's more unique in its narrative and more intricate.
Yeah, it's more on the creative side.
That's nothing to take away from Vinland Saga. Absolutely not. It's very well structured and well told. So I think if there's one thing that I take issue with, it's one moment, and I won't go into too much detail, but one of the characters sort of goes to a shift about halfway through the series due to some events, and I think it's a little bit like they're really pushing it there, like what's reasonable coming from that character. But I think in the end it does play out nicely. It's just that one moment that's a bit jarring and a bit like, okay, I find that a bit hard to buy. I think if people have seen the series, they know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I think that's the only moment in the issue where I felt like, or the only moment in the series where I felt like, maybe they could have been a bit more subtle about that.
Yeah,
but for the rest, it's very well told.
Yeah, it definitely did feel a bit overplayed. Even despite that, though, I did actually like it mainly for what it did to his character. But yeah, I do agree it was something that it did feel a bit hammed up when it was happening, and I felt if they did it over like a couple of episodes, they could have subtly kind of brought it in, and maybe have it more in line with something like Ashklad or something where we slowly got to learn more about him.
Yeah, I could see that there was like no build up almost for that, but I don't know. It's kind of controversial, but I enjoyed it in the end. It's kind of like an epic thing in an epic anime. Yeah,
and what it meant for the narrative was very big and very good, but yeah, it definitely is something that it's happening in itself was good. I just think it could have been handled a bit more subtly, but that's really the only criticism I have, and maybe that Thorfinn is a bit one-dimensional. But again, like I said before, like I said before, that's also. It's not necessarily about Thorfinn himself as it is about him and its relation to Aslad and him being sort of an idiot and being sort of
he has for the narrative,
this one-track minded character.
Yeah,
I think it's fine.
If they would have shown like moments of clarity with him, it would sort of take away a bit. And they do near the end, they do sort of show that maybe he's adapting a little bit. But it's very slow, but that's kind of the point. But in the early half, it does feel a bit like before you really know that he's going to change. It does feel a bit like he's just a shouty, bratty kid with one thing on his mind, and to have that for like 15 episodes before anything really changes can feel a bit grating.
At least you could see where he was coming from. Go on.
If I had to pick one thing to fix, I think about the series, it would be on the production side of things, where I think it's a good production, and I think it would have been much more disappointing coming from any number of other studios. I feel like there were definitely some episodes, especially in the middle section, where the quality really took a downturn, and it just felt like I had a bunch of characters talking in nothing for a while. Like maybe that was just the story setting fault too, but there were definitely some weaker looking episodes too, I thought.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's mostly in the animation department where CG gets introduced more and more. But I think in terms of art,
but CG didn't bother me really. It was mostly just like the weaker character modeling and stuff like that.
Right, that too. But I think in terms of design, like the scenery and the environments look awesome, and I
beautiful backgrounds.
And there has been some criticism about the faces of the characters at times. But I think in general, the character designs like work well alongside one another and into the scenery. And I think it's design-wise, it's very neat and it works. It never feels too like there's some series that go for a realistic aesthetic where it feels almost too detailed in a way, where it starts clashing with the animation in the scenery and stuff like that. But I think Vinland Saga hits a really good point of like this gritty realism, but also enough abstraction to where it blends well with the scenery and works well into the animation.
And if you want really sharp details, just go read the manga, because that doesn't have all sorts of detail.
Here it is, the subtle manga shill. All right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I gotta say, like, it's a great series, but it's not going to be as good as the manga, no matter what they do. It really can't.
All right, interesting. Because there was like people saying that it's not as good as the manga, and there are other people who were saying that it kind of exceeded the manga because of voice acting and animation at times. Like,
yeah, it was definitely nice to see voices and
that they
and stuff.
nailed the most important like parts of the manga. Anyway,
No, I think they did a great job.
yeah, Vinland Saga, one of the highlights of the year, definitely.
Yeah, must watch.
Yep.
Yeah, must watch.
But moving on from there was another anime which was kind of an exciting anime original, and we're talking about Hoshai no Sora, or Stars Align. And it's been good for the first few episodes, but let's say it had some really, really rough history behind it, and it showed. And in how the storytelling was handled, how characters were undeveloped. Apparently, the anime was supposed to be 2-core, but it got axed midway through, and the studio were trying to adapt, like on the midway, botching characters, story, plot, and trying to wrap it all up in like 12 episodes, and it shows.
But they didn't actually. They didn't try to wrap it up at all. They decided instead they were just going to cut it off halfway and not suffer the
It kind of shows in the pacing of like very last episode, where
I don't think they did actually. I think people did definitely complain about the pacing, but I think it was all intentional. I don't think they tried to hurry it.
I think there's more issues in the series than the fact that it's being cut off. But I'll save that for later. Let's just talk about pacing for now.
Yeah, pacing is, I don't know. Yeah, the show was, it really has very high like highs and very low lows. It's very controversial, and the sports, at least the sports side of things, and like the animation department was stellar, and how the whole the soft tennis club was operating was really cool. How characters were interacting with each other was also interesting, and despite like all these boys and the girl having not that much screen time focusing on each of them, all of them kind of felt like real characters who you could encounter like in real life. But at the same time, their relationship with parents and how this whole parental problem issue was addressed in here, it was really not good.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the thing with the show. It's very much like, it feels like it's doing two things. It's doing the tennis thing, and two, it's doing the parent thing. And on the tennis side of things, it's really nice. It's a set of likable characters generally, that even if they're individually like not the most interesting, they work well as a group. They have great dynamics. You can feel like the team spirit in there. It's sort of greater than the sum of its parts in that department. And even some of the tennis matches are quite nice to watch, well animated and stuff like that. But then it's clear that for the dramatic narrative, it was gunning for 2 cores, because in the first half it's just introducing basically every single character having this individual narrative about their parents and home issues, and then it never goes anywhere with them. It just introduces them, which I think is it's the issue one is of course that it's not being resolved, but I think it's also kind of I don't like the fact that every single character has an individual narrative that feels completely separate from the tennis thing. So it's telling like 5 different character arcs, and it's telling also this group arc about the tennis thing. So there's a bit of a clash between there, I feel.
I see. I never really thought about it actually.
Because if you think about it, the tennis thing and the parent thing for almost none of the characters is ever like touches each other. It never relates to each other. It's like we have all these characters with a dramatic narrative, and they're also in a tennis club together.
You know, I'm not sure I entirely agree with that, but I'm also like, I'll go ahead and say that I'm more of an apologist for this series than the average person. I really liked it, even the way it ended.
Yeah,
But I think
yeah, no,
I think the point of the show is that it's many characters that all have their own problems, that are all more real problems and real personalities than we normally get in anime, and they come and support each other through a combined activity, which in this case is they're taking the club seriously and like learning to improve and that sort of thing. So I think that not every conflict actually involves the tennis club, but several of them actually do, and some of the ones that don't directly club, the characters still find support and find from their own personal issues in the club. And I think that's what it's going for.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
Yeah, that's
I do think you say they're realistic backstories, which for most of them individually they are. Aside from the one where it's like, I was a baby and my mom poured boiling water on me, which seems a bit extreme. It's not like an everyday thing where the mom just randomly pours boiling water on her baby. I mean, I'm sure it happens.
I'm not trying to say that everyone has that same thing happen to them, but the thing is that, these are all various different types of situations that could happen.
Yeah.
Right, they could happen, of course. But I think where it loses me is just that every person in this one club has like a variation of parent issues, which is like, okay, I mean, I get that for the narrative, it makes sense to put them together in the club, but it does feel a bit like at one point you start like episode 1 and 2 and it's just club stuff, and in episode 3 one character comes with the parent issues, and then the next episode 2 more characters come with the parent issues, and then the next episode there's 3 more characters with the parent issues, and at some point you think like, okay, there's only so many like parent stories you can cram in one clip before it starts to feel forced. And that's sort of, at one point I was like, okay, we get it. Like, tell one narrative, tell 2 narratives, but don't tell like 7 narratives all about parental abuse at the same time. That just felt like it was sort of like jack of all trades, master of none, where it's like, okay, we want to tell all these different variations on parent issues, but we don't actually properly do any of them. Which I said, of course, is in part because it's like one core out of a non-existing 2-core anime. But I think it's also just the fact that it introduces them like crisscross from each other without any, like, it feels forced to me, is what I'm trying to say. Like, individually they all make sense, but the fact that they're all together and it's like 7 people in the same club out of 8, that there it just kind of loses me. Right.
I do think even if it was 2-core, that would still be a fault, is how fast they're doing it and how they decide to make it a thing that has to happen for every character. I think if they had take out the principals thing, because she has nothing to do with anything. The one about the adopted kid, because his problem doesn't even make sense. You have more than 2 storylines if you're gonna not have to delve into them super close. But I do think you're right that it went a little bit too ham on that.
Yeah, right. I think in general they do fit kind of 3 groups, or it's like, okay, you have parental abuse, you have parental neglect, and you have like obsessive parenting. Like, do one of those each, and those cross over to each other. Don't have like 3 different, slightly varying forms of abuse that in the narrative boil down to the same thing for the character. It's like, I find escape in the club, or but we have the one with the obsessive parent, but like, I'm in the club because it gives me a sense of like individuality and being able to choose control. Yeah, exactly. And in those terms, it is reaching towards quite an interesting narrative, but it's just doing it 7 different ways in what only boils down to 2 or 3 different actual thematic narratives. So I think it's definitely not an unsolvable show, but I think it just misses the mark by overdoing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Iram, what you got to say about it?
Like, I did enjoy it for the most part, mainly because the way I tend to enjoy sports shows is I tend to enjoy the more, I guess, sports side of things. I tend to really get into like the action of the matches and stuff like that, the whole strategy and tactics they go into, how in depth they go into them and stuff like that. So in that side of the show, I absolutely loved it. I felt the matches were really dynamic. I felt there was some really good animation and like camera usage, and I feel like the soundtrack really helped in that.
The soundtrack was so good.
Yep. Yeah, by Jizo, it's a they haven't really done too much, but like it was really well done. Like really injected a lot of energy into the show. Even if it was a bit one note at times, but like I felt like on like the sports side of things, it was really really good. But it felt like the other side of it, the whole parental aspect, it did feel like a two-cour show, and it felt like they tried to introduce too much too quickly. Like if they only introduced a couple of the stuff early, and maybe in the second cour introduced a couple of others, then it might have worked a lot better. But it feels like they were like, let's introduce everything now, and then we'll resolve it towards the end of the show. And so, like Whip said, they did put too much there. I don't particularly think that it was an issue mainly just with the whole parental side. I feel like if they took some of the aspects that they were following with the parental side and maybe moved it to other things, like maybe siblings or friends or something like that, it might have lessened that. But I don't think the actual the actual drama wasn't bad. I just feel like they just introduced too much too quickly while also having the sports side of it. And so you'd go into an episode and be like, okay, am I sitting down for a whole tennis match, or am I sitting down for like 3 different arcs?
Yeah, that's how it felt to me as well. Like, oh, a tennis match, whoa, nice. And then, like, midway through, some kind of drama, like, okay then.
See, the funny thing for me is that I was the exact opposite. I was like, please stop with the tennis matches because they're not good.
Yeah, kids, suffer more, don't play tennis.
I mean, it does kind of feel like that because you want the dramatic narrative to get more time so that it can be developed, because it
does need more time, yeah.
But then again, I also feel like the dramatic narrative isn't that good in the first place. Basically the point is, choose one, I'd say, just for the show. Like, do either this like fun clubby tennis thing and maybe throw in like 1 or 2 dramatic narratives, or go for this full dramatic thing and just lose the entire club, or at least don't make it the focus. But now it's sort of playing this weird half and half game where it's like, here's a bit of drama, here's a bit of tennis, here's a bit of drama again, hey, back to the tennis. And it just feels so disconnected to me.
Yeah,
I think tennis would have been a great way to sort of explore their issues and and have them get over it. But the issue is that they're not. Again, I still agree with the choose one, because if you're gonna do the drama, tennis works well as a foil for it. But if you're or like a medium for it, if you're going to do tennis, then that's when you get to focus on like how to do the swings or how to do the strategy. And they do try to do that, and they try to do it too much, and they do it all wrong because I play tennis and they're wrong. The tennis made me mad.
It's like tennis.
It's soft tennis, yes, but you have things like the characters face people that they outright say they are no match for, and simply by repeating a single type of shot, they win, and it's a shot that they'll be able to pull off if they're not good at tennis. Like, it didn't make any sense.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I think that's also sort of the thing with the tennis matches, where it's like you said, they could be they could relate them to the dramatic narrative quite well, but then there's like seven character narrative introduced, and then by episode 10, where it's like, okay, it's really starting to be time to start developing these things, even if it would be a 2-cour anime. That's sort of around the point where you expect them to go anywhere with it. But then there's just still these tennis matches like, oh, we beat these people by running around and confusing them, which is like, yeah, you can fill 15 minutes with that, and due to good animation it could be fun, but there's no repercussions to the narrative whatsoever. And I think that's just the show's issue. It's doing too many things, and it's not combining them well.
And that's one of the main things. Yeah. Main reasons I do still like the show is because I value, like, one of the things I like most in anime is ambition, and this show is like super ambitious. But of course, the more ambitious you are, the more chances there are that you fail at it. And Hoshii definitely doesn't do the things I want to do as well as I want to do.
The concept and vision is there, but the execution is just not.
Mm-hmm. Like, even with the problems I do have with this show, I definitely hope it does get a second.
And the director said he's going to make it happen, like things. Hand over fist, whatever it takes.
Well,
Yeah.
We'll
As much
see
as
how
he
it
has
goes.
power over that.
We'll see about that game.
Yeah, we'll see
We
how
got
it goes.
JC Staff Season 2.
We'll see how it goes. I guess it kind of depends on how well it sells and it's received overall.
I think from like the execution was definitely not perfect from the writing side of things, but I think we have certain people be mad at us if we didn't mention the production at all, because it had some really, really good moments and it had really, really good direction at points, like cinematography and that sort of thing, and a really cool choreographed ED. So there's a lot to like about it from a visual standpoint.
Yeah, we'll see how many months or years we have to go. We have to wait till the second core of the anime. I hope it's not 7 years. I hope it's not 7 years, because fans of Chihayafuru had to wait exactly 7 years for the third season. Yeah, and apparently
Excellent
it's happening. Apparently it's happening, and
that's how you generate hype.
Yeah, and it's yet
That's
another.
how you lose hype.
Could you imagine that, like, at the end of an anime, it's like season 2 coming in 7 years? Like, what?
What the hell? Yeah, and it's yet another highly desired new season of everyone's favorite anime about karate. Yay! And it's been a blast, actually. I've been enjoying it. It's like the series has just pretty much never left our screens, and it's basically the same as the first 2 seasons, and even better at times. Like, there was no
I've only
break
gotten to
even.
see one episode, so my job here is to just ask you a bunch of questions, and I was going to ask, is it the same level as the previous seasons?
I would say so, yeah.
I would say for the most part, like, there's some points when some of the like shots of faces and stuff are a bit iffy, or sometimes when it's like it's literally just still shots at times, but for the most part it's pretty much the same.
I mean, I think if you'd like binge this show right now, you wouldn't even notice any real difference between season 2 and season 3, despite there being a 7-year difference. It flows into each other very nicely, which I think is good. I mean, they could have like gone like, oh, we it's 7 years later, we can do more now. But I think I think it's the right choice. You just go with the same thing, of course.
Yeah, I think they might not have been able to do much more, because I know that like it is still Studio Madhouse, and Madhouse has definitely been on the decline since their heyday.
Okay.
Yeah,
their heyday initially during Chihayafuru, but
yeah, the production staff has changed, but it kind of had no real impact on the series, which is really surprising to me. And the storytelling itself is stellar as usual with Chihayafuru. A character introspection and how they're developed is really curious, and it's non-banal as well. Characters who you kind of expect to win do not win, and how it's all portrayed, it's just so sublime, and there is so much to unpack here on how characters interact with each other.
Did we get
how
any
they
new
feel about
characters this time around?
Yeah, we get.
we
characters.
do.
Yeah, so
We get a couple,
and also some older characters that are really being more involved now, like Harada, who is just in the start more the teacher and the stuff, but now he's like at the center of what's going on right now, in like episode 15 or something, and also like the queen and the Meijin. Shinobu and Suo.
Yeah, what's the called? The
they were more like,
because we get to
they were more before. They were more like the sort of the pinnacle and the thing to look up to. But now we get to see them more like as people and as characters more and more, which I think is really exciting.
Yeah, but that's one of the things I've been enjoying the most about this season is the fact that for at least I think for the first 2 seasons we got to see a bit of Shinobu, but we saw nothing about Suo apart from seeing him on the screen for the Meijin match. Yeah. But this season they've really brought him into the fold, and seeing what he's like and how he is, and it's been really interesting exploring his character and how he, like, the angle he takes for things.
He's also hilarious.
He's he really is. Yeah,
he seemed like a great character even from afar in previous seasons. Like he would just ignore the like standards that they were supposed to keep to,
He's such a goofball.
Yeah, but no, he really is.
He's adorable.
But yeah, no, it's
if the first season kind of focused on characters, on the main characters, and how they are trying to develop their passion for karate. In this season in particular, it's what karate means to a wide array of characters, and it focuses on so many different people. At the same time, it's not neglecting the main trio. They're still getting a lot of screen time, so I feel like the balance here is very well found, and it's very profound, and you could see it.
Yeah, and Arata as well is getting more and more attention, because in the first and second season, in early first season, he's like an important character, but then he sort of more and more starts becoming like the person at the end of the phone, where it's just like he shows up once in a while, but he's been like more like a titular character for the past few episodes as well, which is nice because he has sort of faded in the background a bit in the past. So yeah, there's a lot going on in this season that I think shakes things up and makes it exciting again, which you need. So where do you guys? Go ahead. After 6 cores, you do need something like that, but it feels very natural, of course. But yeah, it's going in a very good direction.
I was going to ask, are you guys on the Tai Chi or the Arata train?
Tai Chi all the time.
I was on the Tai Chi train, but now Arata has been showing up more and more, and I do really like him as well. So I'm sort of, but I'll Chihaya X Tai Chi whoops X Arata.
No, I'm one of those people that is Chihaya X Karata, to be honest. Arata is still my favorite or second favorite character, and he's been so since the start. But in terms of relationships, I'm let's go on the character
as long as it's done well.
Because it is nice seeing a whole kind of relationship angle to the show. It adds something different to the show and allows the characters to explore themselves. But like I mentioned in the Hoshii, when it comes to sports stuff, I'm really into the action side of things, and especially with Chihaya, because they really go in depth with a lot of the strategy and the tactics around the game. This season has been an absolute blast for me because the matches have been unreal. They go really in depth with a lot of different strategies, a lot of different views on the strategies. Introducing different characters allows you to see different play styles, different methods of going for things. The presentation's still as great as it always has been. I feel the OST usage during the matches is pretty good. They still do a really good job of bringing out the emotions and the feelings of the characters in the match. And so every time there's a match happening, I leave coming out thinking this is the best thing ever. And there's been a lot of matches this season.
Nice.
I've been actually on a bit of a different side of things. I was always kind of not disrespecting, but underestimating Chihayafuru overall, because it's an anime about karate, it's a sports anime. What's so interesting about it? But every week when I turn it on and watch it, I walk away so satisfied and so fulfilled. It's incredible how it puts you into the right mood and how it presents itself well. Yeah, so it just kind of subverts your expectations as a viewer, and it makes karate such an interesting and entangling topic. It's cool.
Yeah, for sure. It's always one of my go-tos for sports recommendations, even though it's not a traditional sport. It just does the format so well.
I mean, it's just as exciting as most sports anime are.
Right.
It does a really good job of portraying the game.
Yeah. Yep. Here's hope that the second core of the third season is going to be just as good, and that we won't have to wait as much for the fourth season to show up, right?
2027.
Oh god. Yeah.
Should we talk about an entirely different type of game?
Yeah, we should.
Ooh.
And the anime that actually ended on a very high note this season, and it's High School Girl season 2. And I've been talking a lot about it and how much I love it, how passionate I am about it. It just brought the story about hardcore gaming and growing up in the 90s to just a very bittersweet and satisfying conclusion. And I loved it.
Bitter or sweet, depending on depending on who you root for. I won't go into too much detail.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And again, I talked a lot about it. I just feel like High School Girl is one of the better romances of the entire decade, and in how tightly it's written, how it presents its characters, how well it how well it's introduced its setting, 90s arcade gaming, and how it's all interweaving with characters, and how these arcade matches are representative of characters themselves, how Akuma is representative of Hidaka, for example, and stuff like that. It just, despite being kind of a lighthearted romance comedy, High School Girl has a lot to say, and it's just so goddamn well written. It's a shame it's so criminally underwatched because of its visuals.
Yeah, and as a narrative, it's not like amazingly different structurally from other romance narratives, where it's like a love triangle, which isn't something we haven't seen before, and there's like the protagonist who doesn't know how he feels about the people, the other girls involved, and then there's the one that is very clear about the feelings, and there's one where you don't know how she feels. So that's all very ordinary, but it does it so incredibly well. Where like Hidaka is more than just the other girl who also likes the protagonist, because there's really moments where you feel like, wow, this is like very real and fleshed out level of infatuation and feelings, and how she feels towards Haruo, especially in the second season. There's the cafe scene where it's like, wow, this is more than just like Hidaka, the one that likes Haruo. There's more to it than that, and I think that's really
that scene made me really mad at Haruo.
That scene was so good, but it was yeah, it's what I said, like scenes like that just makes it feel like it's more than just like in romance anime. There's often like, oh, she likes him, and that's the extent of her character. And while for Hidaka, that's the extent of her role in the narrative, the nature of her feelings and what's behind it, and her character itself is incredibly well fleshed out and feels incredibly real. I think that's where High School Girl shines, and the same with Haruo, where he's not just the dense protagonist who doesn't know how to handle girls and doesn't know his own feelings. It's actually quite well fleshed out how his sort of conflict and apathy and stuff like that plays out, and how it plays into his character.
I will be a bit of the naysayer in that I haven't seen most of High School Girl 2. I've only seen 3 out of 9 episodes, but season 2 so far has made me a little bit skeptical of how a character who is written to be entirely without voice lines can compare as like a fully fleshed out character, or a character in a love triangle versus another one that can actually speak. I was a little bit unhappy with that.
I could see where you're coming from. It's kind of a tough pick here because, well, obviously we know that Anna doesn't really talk in public, but again, it's kind of an artistic choice here, because we all know that Anna is being basically highly suppressed by her family, and that's why she's so timid. That's why she's so intalkative. And again,
I understand the choice from a story writing perspective, if that makes sense. Like, it's an interesting concept, and they do a really, really good job at it. I just think that the issue is, if you want to make it a show about a fleshed out romance, and your option number 1 is said fleshed out romance, and option number 2 is the protagonist gets together with a character that is cute because we don't really know much beyond she has a tough family life and she's cute. Like, that's the issue, is you never really get her own deep feelings in any way, I feel like.
I disagree with that. I think even if I'm a Hidaka supporter, I think there's a lot going on in the relationship between Akira and Haro, because they share a lot of history and experience and childhood together, and I think that's the nature of what makes them likable or someone you want to root for as a ship or as a couple. And I think even if she is, in terms of personality, can't express everything that you would express with a speaking character, I think it is, you can definitely tell there's something going on between those two, and they have.
But see, I don't think
etc.
having a history is enough, is like a good substitute for having a personality. Like in first season, it works because it's all about the video games, right? And their sort of struggle between Ono and Hidaka is that they're two different types of people interested in video games in different ways, and they clash with the main character in video games in different ways. But in the second season, when we actually start moving away from the games partially and into the actual romantic feelings, Ono only has her history, and that was tough for me, I guess.
I would agree that Hidaka has more like chemistry going on with Haruo when it comes to like dialogue and romantic chemistry and stuff, but I don't think it's lacking or non-existent between Akira and Haruo. Even if Akira is mute, there's still they do express enough there, I think. But I would agree that I don't necessarily know if it's the best decision to have her be completely mute.
Yeah, I could see where you're coming from, Rylan. And it's just kind of hard to relate, I guess, to Ono because she's not talking, essentially. But I don't know. I still kind of enjoyed it, even though as Whoops, I am very big fan of Hidaka.
Big Hidaka stan.
Yeah. I'll just preface this as well. Like, I only managed to watch the first 3 episodes as well. So I'm not sure what the ending is, but I still really enjoyed what I saw of it. I'm also a big Hidaka fan as well. But it really does, like, I've watched it recently, and so I went into it not really knowing too much about what was going to go on, and apart from it had that 90s video game aesthetic, and it really focused on that, and so the way they handled the relationships really surprised me, especially with Ono being mute, because it almost felt like Ono was, don't want to say a prize, but like she was put on such a pedestal that her being mute didn't really matter too much, because the human side we managed to see of her was enough to break that wall, I guess. And so I didn't mind it too much in that aspect. We had someone who was pushing up the hill, and Hidaka trying to reach what Ono had, I guess, broken down. And I felt that was, because I haven't watched too many romantic shows, but it was something that was a lot more well written than I was expecting. And so going into the second season, I really liked some of the scenes that we did get that with Hidaka in that respect. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's also a testament to the writing in this show, where the girl who is introduced as like the other one or the second one can stand on equal footing or above the main girl. When often in romance show there's like the childhood friend character or the whatever other character that just like is very explicitly secondary in the narrative, which for Hidaka doesn't really happen. She's not any less developed or any less important than Akira is, even if she's introduced later. And sort of,
but I can't help but think that the reason she's such a competitor is because Ono is such a disadvantage just by the way of the narrative. Like, of course, people
I could see
more because she can actually express herself.
Yeah.
I feel like one of the main advantages of High Score Girl actually is that there are just not many good romances around, honestly. So there's just no competition really, and
I mean, I agree with everything that Irvam said about the first season. Like they do a great job of showing a relationship through the main focus of the show being video games and the main interest of the main character being video games. And so, like you said, she's sort of like this unattainable goal for the main character, whereas Hidaka is exactly the opposite. She's a real person, but she's not being looked at. So she's struggling in the opposite direction. But I think the mistake, at least from 3 episodes into season 2, that they made was taking it away from the video games and away from just the natural interplay of games and relationships and turning it specifically about some of the relationships as the children are older.
I hard disagree on that, because I think there is a narrative going on where in the first season, as Haru is younger, he is only able to relate to people through video games, and that's sort of a bit of an issue with his character and how he understands people around him, where he can only relate to people through video games and through his obsession. And in the second season, it moves away from that because Haru moves away from it and learns to relate to Ono or Hidaka or be around them and enjoy being around them without having the video games be there.
Right, and I think that's growth on his part, but the issue there is that now he's grown up and he's moved on beyond just video games, but Ono still doesn't have a personality. And so now in the first season it worked because honestly, you could basically consider the main character to be mute as well in the first season because he can't express himself aside from video games, and Ono can't express herself aside from video games. The only way that Hidaka can talk to them is through video games. But then that sort of relationship breaks down in the second season.
Honestly, just finish the second season because it kind of
I will finish it. I could be wrong.
Yeah, and despite, as Whoops has said, games not having as much presence in Haru's life as before, they still play a very large part in the narrative itself and how everything is reflected through gaming in the whole story. But yeah, High School Girl, great show, can recommend. One of the better romances around there. And
it's not just good for a romance; it's just really good in general.
Yeah, it's a very solid coming of age show as well. Yeah.
Don't let the CG throw you off. It's not the best CG in the world, but it certainly will fade into the background of your mind once you start getting into the story.
Definitely. Yep.
Definitely. Yeah.
I'd agree. Yeah. Our next show we are going to talk about is called Totsukuni no Shoujo, or The Girl from the Other Side. It's somewhat of a wild card pick because it's not as serious. It's an what is it actually? Is it an OVA or not?
It's a short.
Yeah,
it's an OVA. Short film, like 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is only 10 minutes. Yeah, it is only 10 minutes long, and it is about 2 unlikely creatures living together, being outcasts in this world. But in these 10 minutes, it packs way more emotion and feelings than Ancient Magus Bride in 2 course, and without even saying a single word. I just watched it and was really, really impressed with it.
Yeah, so it's like the story about this. I'm just explaining it for people who haven't seen it. Just the brief about this young girl who is in the forest, and she's like animated as being like very bright white with a white dress and stuff like that, and in a dark forest. And then this sort of black sort of monster man type thing comes up to her and sort of invites her into his house. Sort of adopts her, and how that plays out. But the thing is, they can't touch each other. And it's a really interesting and beautifully told narrative for 10 minutes, and visually incredible. Yeah. Where it plays with what I said. There's this black figure and this white child, and it really sticks to that black and white scheme, with only having touches of red and stuff like that introduced at times. But it's very vibrant, and it doesn't feel like it's too black and white. It feels very visually nice, and it really plays with the colors and the animation style. So just based on visuals alone, it's very pretty, but it's also a very pretty, nicely told narrative, and completely speechless. I think.
Oh yeah, no dialogue.
Yeah,
it's like there's just music and sounds of like
and sound,
footsteps and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a really interesting piece of film, and really shows like it brings out the best in what animation can do, I think.
Yeah.
And
it's from Studio
Wit.
Studio Wit Side Studio.
Yeah, it's kind of a
Ibaraki.
redemption arc for them for Ancient Magus Bride, I think.
It's not.
I
It's
really
none of the
don't
same
like
people
it, sorry.
even.
Yeah, I just really don't like it. Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
I was reading. There's an article on Sakuga blog about it and about the separate studio. This is not anything really. I mean, it's related by name, but it's none of the same people that work at Studio Wit. It's some experimental animators that they have at a new secondary studio that's away from the huge Tokyo group.
A separate unit. Okay.
Right. So I'm really excited to see what they do in the future. They may stick to just doing things like this, or they may go into actual series as well. But I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
No, because it was a beautiful trip, to be honest. Like that's what I've said. Visually, it's really well done. Like, I'm not someone who tends to focus a lot on the visual side of shows, and so to have something that just blew me away for those 10 minutes on that side was really impressive. And on the sound side of things, I think they did a cracking job. Sound design wise, it was really crisp, really clear. They used it really well, choosing when to use the silence, when to use the OST, and stuff like that, in terms of using the OST to like show the pacing of the show, to move it along or to slow it down and so forth. Like, there was a lot there to unpack from just 10 minutes of speechless show, and like, I was incredibly impressed.
Yeah,
with
I think
it.
if you care about any aspect of anime production, whether it's art design or animation or music or sound design or whatever, if you care about any of that, then this is something worth checking out. And even if you don't care about any of that, if you just want a really nice, like, 10-minute narrative that's touching and well told and interesting, then I'd almost say there's no reason not to watch it. It's 10 minutes and it's incredible for that time.
And I think the fact that it has no dialogue means that even if you're not the sort of person that normally thinks about that sort of thing, it's almost inevitable that you listen to the OST or that you focus on the visuals, because there's no subtitles to read, there's nothing to parse voices.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it just showcases, highlights this very high level of storytelling, because when you remove this one layer of like speech, it means that there is more emphasis on other means of storytelling. It means that they have to make up for lack of speech, and this OVA just shows it in space. Basically, it's just so good. I was really impressed with it overall.
I'd like to mention that it is based on a manga, and this is not obviously a full in 10 minutes. You should check out the manga. The manga is also similar in the sense that I don't know, there might be some dialogue, but it's definitely very, like, I don't know, not necessarily like comfy, but like solemn in the same sense that this OVA is, in the sense that you just see a lot of like scenes and character glances and stuff like that. It's even more black and white than the OVA is. The OVA adds a lot more shading to it, whereas the original is a lot pure black spaces and, like, you know, contrast to sort of show things. But it's really pretty in its own way, so definitely check it out.
All right, yeah, I'm really interested in it now. Cool. All right, the next show we're going to talk about is called. I'm not going to say the Japanese name; it's just too long. Ascendance of a Bookworm. Yeah,
Honzuki no Gekokujo.
Yeah, and then there's a really long subtitle. Really long that you expect from a light novel. Yeah. Apparently it has had a slow start, but then it was getting momentum with every and each new episode. And it turned out
this
to
is
be
my
one
pick.
of
Do
the
you mind
better
if I
shows.
introduce it?
Yeah, sure, because I didn't watch it, unfortunately.
Yeah, this was not necessarily my favorite show of fall. There's shows in fall, and we've already talked about some of them. But this was one that's sort of looking forward to. I guess, as an isekai. I was also expecting that as an isekai it would be, okay at best. And I was pleasantly surprised by a lot of things about it. There are a lot of criticisms that I think you guys may or may not bring up about it, which is fine. But what the story is about a girl or a woman who is reincarnated from her life as a somewhat reclusive bookworm into the body of a fragile girl in another world, but a world that is perhaps less fantastic than the average isekai. It's certainly a fantasy world, but it's more like an analog to a rough Middle Ages real world situation with names changed around. So fruits are different and plants are different, but they essentially fulfill the same roles. And what she wants to do is she wants to get back to reading, only to realize that this is a world where most everyone is illiterate, and the people that aren't illiterate write on parchment or chalk, and the few people that have parchment books are the complete elite of the world. And so it's a story about her building herself up and meeting people and working towards her own goals, but finding family along. I'm sorry.
I've
yeah,
seen
what do you
only-
guys think?
I've seen only 3 episodes of it, so I can't say too much about it. But I did initially. I think that the tone and the atmosphere of the show was not unpleasant. It was quite nice. But what sort of killed it for me was just the protagonist has really only one thing going on, at least for the first 3 episodes, which is just I like books and I want to read, and that.
Hey,
That
that's
was
me.
sort of at the core of the first 3 episodes, without much else happening. So I sort of felt like, okay, if it's going to be like this for the rest of the series, then I don't really care. But I don't know
that's
how
fair.
it goes. If it goes anywhere, or if it just keeps being sort of this medieval slice of life-esque show where she inhabits this world and is just looking for books.
Well, I'll talk more, but I'll let Irvam speak on it if you've seen anything.
That was one of the shows I didn't watch that season, mainly because it's a bit not for me to say, but like it was an isekai, and I don't generally like isekais. But with your like your description of it, it's definitely got me a lot more interested in it. In terms of like the setting, it just seems that bit more interesting than you get from a general isekai. So I'll definitely check it out, at least a few episodes, and see how.
I'd say it was...
I didn't
Right.
initially started watching because, like, frankly speaking, previews were looking like shit, and the poster itself was really non-inviting for me. So I just like put it aside. Like, no, not my thing. I'm really like happy that apparently the show became good, but
Well, you're gonna get
that's-
different opinions from different people, but I like it.
visually speaking, do you like it?
Visually speaking, I think it looks pretty decent. A lot of people have talked about production as one of the downsides to it, but I think it certainly keeps up a minimum level. It doesn't drop like unwatchably bad, and it has certain things that it does really well, as it does some like chibi insert comedy things, which normally I hate in anime, but they're really cute, well done designs, and I don't know, it manages to fill the world enough that it makes it believable. It doesn't look
What would
so
you
bad.
say is the strongest part of the show?
I would say the mood of it. I would say the funny thing is it is an isekai, and it's what isekai are known for doing is being power fantasies, to have a main character that you can self-insert into, be incredibly powerful. All the women fall for him or her, all the men. Beat all the enemies. It's sort of like that type of power fantasy, and I think Honzuki does power fantasy in its own way, but it does it it's more of a success fantasy or a happiness fantasy than it is a power fantasy, where the main character, the things work out for her eventually. She makes friends along the way, and she sort of rises in society through using her actions and using her knowledge and using her generally like cheerful demeanor. But it's not, she's not just how do I say? She doesn't go out and beat monsters or something like that. It's more of a down-to-earth fantasy in that sense. And I really appreciate that, because I've read books before where, you have the hero has a between their like struggles, and they settle down and they like make some friends, and then of course things break again, but that's always the part that I enjoy. Go well. They just have a happy life, and they succeed in their small business goals and things like that. And that's what I get out of Honzuki, is just the little successes.
Isekai, Iyashikei.
Yeah, sort of like that.
Isekai.
And I think that the main theme of the anime is family, rather than books or whatever else. Books are definitely the driving force of the main character initially, including the third episode, and so I don't blame you at all, Whoops, for being uninterested. But what she realizes sort of along the way, as she is in the pursuit of books, and it keeps eluding her, right? Because she's in a world where books don't exist in the way that she wants them to. She finds that, to use the trite phrase, it's the friends she makes along the way. And the family.
That's
so
fair. As long as it doesn't have
that
any
becomes more
abusive
valuable to
parents,
her.
it's fine.
The family she makes along the way it sounds like it's going in a very different direction.
Yeah, well, she already has a family, so it doesn't. No worries there.
Yeah. All right. Moving on from here, a different kind of show, not a fantasy, but a sci-fi. We're talking about second season of Legend of the Galactic Heroes, which was originally released as 3 movies, but Crunchyroll delivered it to us in the form of 12 episodes. So there was some confusion about it, but now it is all out, and it's time to watch it because it's a very worthwhile series. And this readaptation has been very solid so far, and very true to form, and I've been pleasantly surprised by it, actually, being a very skeptical coming in from it like 2 years ago, but now I'm really, really satisfied.
I'll play the devil's advocate for this one. I don't like it, but I'll let Irvam introduce it since it's...
So just for a small bit of background on myself about it, like, I've not watched the original OVAs, and so my entire look into the world of Legend of Galactic Heroes is through this new Dynasties series, and I have been blown away by everything so far. Like, the first season surprised me with how well it was done. I felt that some of the CG in the fights were a bit naff, but other than that, I felt everything else was really well done. I thought it's obviously an adaptation on the, I think, novels. So like the characters are really well written, especially Yang and Reinhardt, and both of that doesn't fall off in this second season. I think, if anything, it just ups it even more. Changing the focus from the kind of macro of the big war they had in the first season to a more micro internal politics side of things. And one thing that I really enjoyed from that is that by going more focused into the internal politics of each nation, there's a lot more world building that came from that. That I felt really fleshed out the world and allowed us to see a different side of the characters that we saw, especially with some of the big moments that happened. It really let us delve a bit more in depth into particularly Reinhardt and Yang and their whole views and the whole conflicts and their positions and power and stuff like that. And I'm just each episode kept me wanting more, and each episode kept getting better and better, and I'm just impressed, and I'm just waiting for more, because if this is what the OVAs are like, then I better get on them soon, I guess, because I'm just incredibly impressed with it all.
See, if this is your first experience with Legend of the Galactic Heroes, I don't blame you at all. I think it's an incredibly well-written series. It has really good characters. It has really cool politics, a really cool world that the politics flesh out. I just found that as a re-adaptation, it was really disappointing to me, because I felt that there were a few things that I would have accepted that it could do to build itself above the OVA, using modern production, eliminating some of the dated things about the OVA, though I don't think there's really that many. But it didn't. One of the biggest things that was a problem with the OVA and the series in general was that all of the fights, for example, happen as if space is a two-dimensional plane.
Come on.
You have CG ships. You have the ability to sort of show this in a more comprehensive sense and remove some of the idiocy that was the battles initially. But I went and checked it out a little bit, and they don't fix it.
Yeah, I don't
at
know
all.
about that. So originally, obviously, it is a readaptation. It is very true to form readaptation. It's like a very how to say it, very true and genuine adaptation. It doesn't really change anything from the book. And the book, apparently, all the warfare that was presented to us was based on a naval warfare from 19th century. And obviously naval warfare is two-dimensional. So, and all the tactics...
So if they are going to adapt it one for one, you can't fix it. But I was hoping they would take the chance.
Yeah, and that's why these space axes are still present in the OVA, and that's why all this sci-fi feeling, it's very like advanced civilization, but at the same time it's so ancient, archaic in the way how these political organizations work, and how the Galactic Empire itself is presented. It's very like Germanic inspired, right? And and it's weird. I don't know. I feel like overall Legend of the Galactic Heroes franchise is like for romantic people who enjoy this epic people doing epic things and do not really think too much about logic and like how this technology could exist, why this technology does not exist, and stuff like that. So it didn't really bother me, but I could certainly see how people might be disappointed with the level of technology and level of technological advancement overall in this world.
I mean, I agree that, like, that's not the focus of the series. I just think that, for me, when I heard that new Legend of the Galactic Heroes, I figured, okay, what possible reason is there to readapt something that was already done well the first time? Oh, surely it's to address some of these issues.
Yeah, that's fair. Yep, go on.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Like, I guess, in a sense, it could be a part of it is, I guess, bringing it to a new audience. But yeah, no, I totally get where you come from in that aspect. And even then, I think it does, like, a decent job of making it slightly more 3D. Though not in the sense of the full-on battles, but more when it starts talking about the strategy of the battles. A lot of the visuals that we're given paints more of a 3D image and allows you to see that Z-axis in its glory, and I guess it lets you imply what they're saying and take that vision yourself and put it into a 3D model, but I guess by actually showing it, it doesn't quite do it that well. But
I do think they do definitely update like the ships and stuff, and you can see, they're not literally all flat or anything like that. So they do a decent job.
Yeah, I mean, it is like in the strategy. I've seen the first season and part of the second part, but it's like they show like these cubes of ships almost, where it does go in 3 dimensions. But then when it's like the strategy screen, it's just flat, like it's from a top view, and the strategy is like, oh, we circle them and we go around them. It's like they can fly up, and the strategy never seems to accommodate for the fact that they can just fly up or down. So they go in like a circle around them. It's like, well, you haven't encircled them because they can go up or down. It's space. There's 3 dimensions. So yeah, in that sense, in the strategy, it doesn't really come through, which is quite funny. But it never really bothered me. But now that you pointed out, it is.
It isn't the focus of the series.
Yeah, it always bothered me. But then when I read about this naval warfare influence, it made so much sense. Honestly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
And I do think that you're right, Iravam, that the part of the point of the new season is to bring it to new audiences that will never go and check out a 100+ episode series from the 80s. And the fact that you haven't seen the old series means that it has found at least one new person, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those ones where if you have had like no relation to the original OVAs, that it takes a while. I think the first season takes a while to really get into its own, but once it gets there, it kind of hooks you. Just because I think the characters of Yang and Reinhardt are just so interesting and really well realized that even if you're not watching for the action or the world or anything, the characters themselves kind of drag you along and make you want to be a part of the journey.
Right. Yeah, I love the characters in the series.
Yeah, I'm obviously going to speak here out from my ass because I never really read Vinland Saga, but I feel like it's kind of comparable to Vinland Saga in how the first season, the first like 25 episodes set up things for more epic stuff to happen later on. At least with Legend of the Galactic Heroes, more like cool and brain explodey moments are yet to come. So
right,
yeah, and both Vinland Saga and Legend of the Galactic Heroes and this 2 core kind of stretches in a very like strong way with a bang, which kind of leave you wanting more. So yeah, I just really wish and hope that Production IG continue on developing this and continue on with adapting and presenting further and further, because it's good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I believe it sells well, and it's like really popular in Japan. So here's,
I believe it has been, yeah.
So here's hoping for more.
Yes, for more, yeah. Not 7 years of waiting.
Yeah, not 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah. So the next show we're going to talk about is Kono Oto Tomare. Now, I really have no clue about the show because I never watched it. Whoops, just present it, please, for me.
I'm the only person out of this group who has seen it, so I'll just be monologuing about it. So it's a show about...
Seen 1 episode.
Okay. It's a show about a group of high schoolers who formed this music club where they play the koto, which is an instrument. It's not very important, the details about it, but the point is, in the first season there's a lot of shitty people getting in their way and being assholes. And sometimes it makes for good moments and sometimes it makes for bad moments. And the first season is not that good. But then in the second season, the show goes, okay, fuck all these other people. We've done that now. We've got that out of the way. The group's together now. And it just turns into this really pleasant, wholesome music show about this group who's just playing the instrument together and learning it together and growing together and bouncing off of each other to become better people and better players and stuff like that. And it goes more into individual narratives as well as the nature of the group. And it blew my mind how it made such a shift between the first season and the second season. So that's why I sort of wanted to highlight it, where it's like, okay, it's worth watching for the second season alone, and especially for people who have dropped it during or after the first season. I would recommend picking it up again because it does genuinely get very nice and very good. And
would you say it's still primarily a drama, or is it more of a slice of life in the second season?
It's sort of hovering between there. There's still definitely dramatic arcs going on, but less about people being assholes to them, but just more about the characters themselves struggling with their own inability or history or other things like that. There's also a bit of a romantic narrative going on, and which is actually quite nice because the characters have great chemistry. So yeah, it's hard to explain what the appeal is without going too much into detail. But yeah, I think if you're just looking for like a nice music show with great performances, especially at the end of the second season, there's one, like, you know, in music anime, there's also always these people in the audience that like lose their shit over the performance going on, and often you don't really get that as the viewer, but like at the end of the second season of this show, there is one of those performances where it just blows you away with like great music and directing and narrative going on there. But yeah, I'll keep it brief, I guess. But yeah, I just want to say, like, it becomes a really nice show with a very well working ensemble cast and dramatic narrative that's more in the background, but is much better than it was in season 1. Yeah, that's all I really.
I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask. Do you know if the what the history behind like the music in the show is? Do they have a professional koto player doing the music, or?
I'd imagine they do. I think the pieces.
What makes it impressive?
I think the pieces written for the show are original, which is in itself there's these ground like ensemble compositions with like 7 parts of the same instrument, which is really cool because it sounds very like dynamic.
Yeah, it sounds really cool.
It sounds awesome, and I think they feel like these really classical yet modern pieces. So I think musically it's really impressive on that part during the performance scenes. And yeah, I think it's also just a really beautiful instrument. Yeah, I don't know, it just works in a way. And there's some really good music in there. So I think the performance scenes, if you're someone who likes instrumental pieces, then they're some of the best you can get. And yeah, I think that's what makes it appealing, music-wise.
Nice.
And like I said, it's also just a really nice, pleasant cast. It's a group of largely sort of delinquent type characters who sort of get good in a way and find this group and find a lot of joy in there, and it just feels very nice and pleasant and warming.
Cool. I heard like mixed feelings about first season. That's why I didn't really pick it up, and obviously I didn't watch the second season. But if you're saying the second season alone makes it worse to watch the entire show, then sure, maybe I'll get to it eventually. Actually, we'll see.
Yeah, and it also shows on like my anime list scores where the first season is at like a very middling 7.8, but the second season is like an 8.5, which is a lot. So yeah,
that's really good for Mel.
Wow. I think even when considering like sequels often getting higher scores, that's quite a considerable difference. So yeah, I think most people sort of experience it the same way, where it's like, wow, this show really did get good all of a sudden.
Nice. Speaking of shows which did not get really good, I want to briefly highlight third season of Psycho-Pass. Has anyone watched it here?
I haven't watched any Psycho-Pass.
Yeah, I've not watched any either.
I'm gonna.
You haven't seen the first season, you guys?
I haven't.
I keep wanting to get around to it at times, but not finding time to.
So I'm a big fan of the original Psycho-Pass, and what I want to say, really like in a short manner, is that you better stay away from Psycho-Pass season 3, because this soft reset of the franchise that they were going for after this like kind of a disaster of second season, it did not really do it any good. They developed characters which were like one of the highlights of the first season, are just being all cast away in favor of new, extremely plain. The mysteries of Sibylla's system, which were like the driving force behind the entire narrative, are just completely gone, like at all. the stability system might as well just not exist in the third season at all. And now it's just your average cop show where just these police like operation guys just go in and just try to do their job, and that's it. There is no mystery behind it. They just do their job, and that's it. I don't know.
The reason I hadn't gotten to the third season is because I knew I would have to get through the second season.
Yeah, that's
first.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah, and this world that Gen Urobuchi tried to create for the first season is just basically gone and replaced by a very generic and boring world of a not so distant future. I don't know. Honestly, if you want to watch the third season of Psycho-Pass, just go rewatch the first season, or just go watch Ghost in the Shell standalone complex if you haven't, because it's the same thing but done way better. So yeah, I've been really bitter about it, so I just wanted to vent a bit.
Let's hope that if there's a season 4 that it takes 7 years to get here.
Well, there is a movie which is going to wrap up entire arc of the third season, so yeah, we'll see how it goes, I guess. Yeah. Are there any more shows that you want to talk about, guys?
I'll throw out there that the fourth season of Hero Academia is the first one that's actually good to me. So that's nice, even though most people apparently disagree on that. But I'd say it's the best it's been so far. And I don't like the series that much, but I think this one's good. And Chubio Gekatsu Boy, which is one of the comedy anime of fall, is quite nice. So if you're looking for a comedy anime that's just like a gag comedy that's not repetitive, then I'd say check that out. It's not amazing or anything.
My favorite thing about that show is the fact that it's adapted from a music video entirely.
Oh, wow.
Entire.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a why am I blanking right now? A Vocaloid music video, actually, where people go in depth on Vocaloid music videos oftentimes, and they came up with a concept of a bunch of various types of chuuni characters in the background, and the opening song to Chubio Gekatsu Boy is a cover by the VAs of that original
that's
song.
That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, I would check out the original if you're interested.
But yeah, that show's pretty fun, and also actually has some quite nice narrative themes going on, even if simple, about this girl who gets dragged into the club but ends up finding enjoyment in it after some time, almost like Haruhi, like Kyon, who just sort of gets dragged into there. I mean, I'm not saying this is as good as Haruhi, but it's sort of a similar dynamic going on, which is also quite nice. There's some progression there, which
makes me think of the other Haruhi, actually, the Oran Koko High School.
That's also
Host Club Haruhi.
Yeah,
because it's a reverse harem, right? And she joins, and she's the straight character, or like the straight man character, and then everyone else.
She's not straight, which is the funny part. She's in this club with like 5 pretty boys. She's very gay for her friend, which is quite funny. But yeah, I think it's
no, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, yeah, there's some pretty nice comedy in there, and some development in the protagonist, which keeps things fresh, and yeah, so it's quite nice.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
I was going to bring up My Hero as well. I enjoyed the first and the second season, and the third season was an incredible disappointment. So actually having that overhaul arc for the 4 seasons made me actually enjoy watching the shows again. So I think it's definitely worth a check if you were down on season 3. It reminds me more of I guess the second arc of the first season in a way, which I really did enjoy. So I guess check it out if you can. And And I also like to bring up Fate Grand Order, Babylonia, Absolute Demonic Front, I think it's called. As someone who plays the gacha a bit, I only started quite recently, so I've not actually gotten to that section of the gacha. But I wanted to start it because I'd been watching a bunch of different Fate stuff and just wanted to check out some more, and it's been pretty great so far. Like, I feel like story-wise it's been relatively interesting. Character-wise it's been really good. The characters of like Ishtar and Gilgamesh and stuff have been really great to follow, especially if you take a look at some of like the history behind them and stuff. It's quite fascinating to, I guess, see the characters from the history brought to life, which I guess is one of the appeals of Fate, I guess. Even if they, I guess, anime them up. But the biggest appeal, I think, of the show that I've not been hearing from a lot of people is just how good the animation is. I feel that there's like sure. a fight almost every episode, and every fight's just really well done. Which took me for a surprise because I thought there was a fight in the first episode and it was really well done. I'm like, okay, this is neat. And then they just kept on happening each episode, and I kept on being like, okay, no, this is something different. And it being by Cloverworks, who I don't think are really known for their animation. I might be wrong on that.
I think they're better. They're like a split off of A1, and they're definitely better on the animation front. I think they did Slow Start, which was pretty big on animation.
They did Frank.
Yeah.
They did Frank's as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And which was also in the animation department better than most A1 things.
So
if you're a big Sakuga person, Babylonia, for sure.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I guess I'll just highlight, I don't have a ton more that I've even seen from this season, but I wanted to highlight No Gun's Life for the 3 episodes I have seen of it, mostly because it's I really miss the sort of character design and art style that the show is bringing back. It's just like a 90s-esque style with the character designs, like floofier, thicker lines, stronger highlights, and more mechanical design in the fact that it has multiple like cyborg characters and enemies and things like that. So whether or not the story is good, I can't say, but more of that played visually.
All right. And I guess that's it for this episode. We've covered lots of good anime. It's been a very strong season. At least for me. I hope for you as well, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
From what I've seen, for sure.
My favorite or second favorite.
Yeah, I'd say Winter is my favorite just because I really like Araburu. But I think, well, actually, maybe as a season overall, this might be the best one of the year.
Yeah.
Winter or Araburu was summer.
It was.
Which one are you talking about?
It was.
Sorry. Okay.
It was summer, yeah. But yeah.
I mean summer.
Mob Psycho was winter then.
Yeah. It's been a great season, and that's it. What we've got to say about it. Thank you very much for listening, everyone. Hope you have a great day, and see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.